we return to Comfy Moghouse. Today, I think we're gonna keep going with the teleport quests. Maybe some grinding after that. We'll see. But first thing I want to do, I'm back on, Beastmaster Thief, which is good. We're gonna need that for today. Gonna need it. Do I have my pet jugs ready? I do not. I do not. Okay, so satchel. I have a lot of trash in here. Oh, hey, look, yeah, there's my teleport Altep. The only thing that was left to that quest was just to go to the guy after a full. It was JST midnight. I hate that. But yeah, all I had to do was go back and get my scroll. Nothing to see there, so I just did it. I still have to go back to Kazam to get the other scroll, but that's all I have to do for that one. Alright, let me get my rabbits out. Get my meat myth kebabs, because it'll help make this go a lot quicker. While I'm here, let me just check my delivery box. I have some expectations, but let's see. Yeah, 7K, 12K, okay. The big one hasn't sold yet. So, right, I had a stack of lizard skins from getting the Elshimo marble. Some gold beast coins. Yeah, 2,500 each. Scroll of Burst, which only 3K. And then more beast coins. So the big ticket items didn't sell. So here's the thing. Yesterday, I did play a little more on my own, and I decided to just go back to Biadu and farm a few more Sapphire Quadovs. And I got maybe 10K in just, killing them and armor drops. Like, every now and then, very rarely, they drop armor pieces that sell for a couple thousand gil to vendors. So got maybe 10K in loot. I really didn't, I want to say I was there no more than 2 hours total. Probably more like an hour and a half. So it wasn't an extensive farming session. But I got a couple scrolls that don't sell for much. And the big ticket item that I found was a scroll of flood, which I already have all the big expensive scrolls. I stored them on my alt, my secret alt, which is right now just my bank character. And the scroll of flood sells for about 70K, about. So I'm really hoping that sells at some point, because that would be very, very nice. And I'm up to 3,165,000. I am trying very hard to build my gil up, because when I hit 51 with Black Mage, I'm gonna have to buy all the elemental staffs, or I don't know. I may or may not get all of them at once. I'll get the the very important ones, and we'll go from there. But I'm trying to build up some cash so that I won't just go back down to 2 million, right? But yeah, other than a little gil grinding, not much. Didn't do much. But what I want to do is I don't know, I feel like I've taken a little break from leveling up, because I want to level both Black and White Mage. I'm making the mistake of leveling them both up at the same time, right? But I'd like to get back to leveling. I sort of took a few days break from that just to farm gil and do some fishing, which, also makes gil. Get some quests done, right? I just took a little break for character building stuff that isn't leveling. I think it's a good idea to do that every now and then. Oh yeah, God, the Vermilion Cloak, that's around 1 million, right? Give or take. It's around 1 million, I think. So yeah, there's a lot of big expenses, right? And I know they're coming. That's why I hoard all this gil, is because there's a lot of very large expenses that I will want, and I want to make sure that I can get them and not be completely broke afterwards, right? I escaped poverty in Final Fantasy XI. I don't want to go back. I can't go back. So I like to always make sure I have extra gil in the bank, you know. Also, man, this dude right here, this Afufa, like he's got a very nice chair, very comfy chair, and a good look, like very, very fancy. I appreciate a snappy dresser. Alright, so Fei Yin, I mean, at my level I should be able to get around in Fei Yin with no problem, I would think. I'm keeping Thief as my sub because we're dealing in very low drop chances, like very low. So I want all the loot chance I can get. Alright, and I do have my warp scroll, just to be sure, I have a warp scroll, I got my cudgel, right? I do. Alright. Just wanted to make sure. Alright, so for this one, it's not Voldania, right? It's Faragandi. I think that's the... Yeah, that's the one where Fei Yin is. Currently under beast control. As you do. The frozen Northlands. Icewind Dale. Alright. Oh yeah, there's ice elementals out and about. I'm trying to think, do I need ice for anything? Do I need ice clusters? And do I have any already? Let me check that. I'm honestly not sure. I got 9. I got 9 ice clusters. I'm good. I'm good. Alright, so to get to Fei Yin, it's been a minute. We go south, and then east, north, kind of have to zigzag to get there. Alright. Also, I've always wondered why the Northlands are always, like both regions, almost always they're under Beastman control. It seems like people just, I don't know, they just give up on it. There's materials though, there's precious crafting materials. But I guess it's just not really, I don't know, I guess it's just not a popular place to do your grouping and all of that, I guess. When I think about it, to be fair, I think I've only ever had an actual EXP party one singular time, in, oh god, it's the area past Zarkabard. Like it's the zone to the north of that. I forget the name of it, but I had one party as a Beastmaster in that area, and that was it. I never partied before or since. Not a single time. Yeah, it's the something, it starts with a U, the something range, but, I mean, that might be it. But overall, the north areas, they seem to be very unpopular for partying. And I guess that's why they're just beast-controlled all the time. I mean, lore-wise, it kind of fits, right? It's kind of, you know, kind of works out, but still, I kind of hate it when there's just certain regions that people don't play in very much, and they're almost always under beast control. I hate that. Kind of like how the Tavnasian archipelago is almost 100%. I want to say it's like 98% of the time under Beastman control. I'd like that outpost. I'd really like to get that outpost. Let's whip out that flea. Yeah, like, yeah, Tavnasian Archipelago. That is the only one I'm missing. It's it was under Sandorian control once, but it was way early on when I was playing on the server. So I didn't, of course, I didn't even have access at that point, right? I didn't even have access to Lufey's Meadows at that point. But yeah, I've never seen Sandoria control it. Like, since then. Not once. It's always, if anyone controls it, it's always Windurst. I mean, it's not a huge deal. It's not like it's hard to get to the archipelago. I mean, the portal is, you just go, you take the outpost to Kufum Island, go in the cave that's north of the outpost, and it's just in there a little bit. Or you outpost to Valkurm Dunes, and then the cave with the teleporter there it's a short walk to the beach, right? It's not that bad, I guess. It's really not that bad, but it's that extra little layer of inconvenience, right? That I just, I wish I could get that outpost. And I know that I always say I like immersion and traveling in the world, and I do. It's just kind of, it's just when there is an option, right? When the option is presented, I want to be able to take it, right? It's kind of, it's one of those things. If there were no outpost teleports, right? If they were not a thing and did not exist, well, obviously I wouldn't feel bad about it, right? But they do exist. It's just the circumstances so that I can get that outpost have not presented themselves yet, so it feels bad. It's weird how the psychology of that works. I guess it's just when you know that you could have something, but you don't, it feels bad. But if you never could have it, if it wasn't an option, then you wouldn't even really think about it, right? I guess that's what it is. Alright, Flea's almost back up again. I flee every single chance I get. Just to slightly shorten the trip. Also, I did a little thinking on my excursions into Beadu to get those rare scrolls, and I guess a thought that comes to mind is it faster to, like, is it faster, Gil, to go for these very low drop chance rare scrolls that sell for, 70,000 to over 100,000 Gil? Is it more worth it to do that than it is to, say, just go fishing, like catch Grimonite or whatever, right? And, I mean, I thought about it, and I guess it depends on how lucky or unlucky you get, right? Like, if you get really lucky and you get 1 or 2 rare scrolls in an hour, then I would say that the farming in Beadu is more worth it. But, like, I can actually catch a lot of fish within an hour, right? I can make quite a lot of Gil fishing in an hour, but I'd say, I don't know, like, as an average, especially since I tend to be more lazy when I fish, like, I don't know, maybe like 20, 25k. A little luck too with the fishing, because there's certain items at the Grimonite fishing hole that are worth a lot. Like the Norg shell, which is just a common random junk item you can fish up. It's worth 10k. So, you know, you could do a lot with that, right? No, I've said it before, I'm not going for Liu Shangs until I max out fishing, and I'm nowhere near maxing out fishing. I don't need Liu Shangs, that's the thing. Like, I can catch all the fish. It's, you know, and the catch rate is not always the best, but I can catch all the fish and level up just fine. I mean, big fish are actually easier with the composite rod, I think, just because the fishing pool seems to be a little more focused when you use specific rods. And I've heard people say that about Liu Shangs, is that since Liu Shangs has such a large pool of things it can catch, in a roundabout way that can actually slow down your fishing. When it comes to Grimonite, you shouldn't have rod breaks if you're using a composite rod. The composite rod does not break against Grimonite unless you completely fuck up the minigame. But you shouldn't be doing that. Like, yeah, you should complete the minigame. Only the Halcyon, like the Halcyon will break if you're trying to use that, because Grimonite are large fish, the composite is a large fishing rod. Like, the Halcyon or something like that, that's a small fish rod. But yeah, the composite doesn't break on Grimonite, and the composite can catch best or bream as well. You'll lose some of them, but because they're small fish and it's a big rod, but it works, right? It works. But the other good things at the Grimonite hole, like the damp scroll, like there's two junk items you can fish up, and again, they're super common. The damp scroll, that thing sells for like 2k, and the Norg shell, which sells for about 10,000 gil. So that's just like 12,000 gil that you can fish up in a single cast, easy, right? Nice and easy. But outside of that, yeah, like you can make a lot of gil very quickly there, right? Very, very quickly. I'd say maybe to compare it to Beadu farming, if you get really lucky and you get one rare scroll per hour, then I'd say the Beadu is definitely worth it. But I haven't been that lucky. It usually takes me over an hour, you know, 2, sometimes 3 hours, right, to get a rare scroll. And especially when you're bordering up against 3 hours, like, that's probably, honestly, at that point, fishing is maybe the better way to go. That's sort of the problem with relying on random chance, you know? That's the random chance problem. Alright, so I want to take a quick look. I have a map here. I have a map of... Hold up. I have a map of Feiyin, a more specific map of Feiyin. Where is it? Where's my specific map of Feiyin? Here we go. A treasure map of Feiyin. So all the treasure chests are... Well, they're literally everywhere. The treasure chests are in almost every single room past the sort of first starter room. They're just everywhere. So, yeah, let's just look around. Oh yeah, honestly, if I wasn't going for skill ups, Tavnasian Goby are just solid, right? Like the Tavnasian Goby have a super good catch rate. Like, super good catch rate, they're easy to fish up. Yeah, you could totally, yeah, like 32k-ish an hour, totally. But, yeah, I don't know, I need skill points, so yeah, Grimonite it is. But also just you can get lucky with that, right? If you catch a Norg shell, common item, 10k, just boom, 10k, right? Like that's, you really can't do much better than that in a single cast with your rod. But yeah, goby, man, that was a good fish. I made a ton doing those. I'd honestly say that once I max out my fishing, once I max out fishing, I'll probably want to go back and just do gobies, because they're really profitable and they're super easy, and they're right next to town, so you can unload very easily. All right, I think these ore golems. Yeah, okay, the ore golems have a chance to drop a key, so it's farming time. Gonna pop my meat myth kebab so things go a little bit faster, right? But yeah, I don't know. As an alternative to fishing, I do enjoy just cleaning house in Biadu every now and then. It's actually kind of fun, honestly. Fighting Sapphire Quadovs is interesting, right? Like, the thing about Sapphire Quadovs is, man, they have so many Ga spells, right? And the big ones. Like, they can cast Ga spells that, like, they half my health. Like, I could get two-shotted fighting Sapphire Quadovs. So you have to be very, 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 very careful fighting them. However, it's super fun. Like, it is so much fun to fight them. Because you're just living on the edge constantly. Like, I have to make sure the aggro is on the pet and not me. But, you know, the moment I see it casting some kind of AoE, I just have to run, right? Like, just back the fuck out and run. And I like that. It keeps me, I don't know, it keeps me focused, keeps me a little on edge. I like that. Q, again, like, just, there's so many low-level things you can farm. Like, so many. Just kill rabbits. Like, getting some good starter cash, or just for whatever you need, it's just a matter of a little, you know, a little dedication to the craft of farming. Well, true, yeah, I mean, you could stun, but honestly, I find that using my TP for either, you know, depending on what weapon I'm using, either Vorpal Scythe or Rampage, I find that just killing them really fast is the ideal scenario. Like, yeah, you could fuck around trying to stun them and everything, but no, honestly, just kill them as quickly as possible. Unload on them and kill them quick, and that tends to work out. Oh yeah, also, it's really impossible to just fight the Sapphire Quadovs. Like, every single fight, you're fighting the Sapphire, and then you're also fighting, like, 2 or 3 other Quadovs as well, that are equally tough. So it gets rather intense, and I go through a lot of pet jugs, but I mean, if I get a scroll, it's entirely worth it. And I make my own rabbits, too. Like, I just make my own rabbit pets, so it's very cheap to keep spawning more pets. Yeah, the onions. Those are a good one. Good, solid one. It's so strange to me that onions are so incredibly expensive in the game, but I guess it's just how you get them, you know? Alright, so nothing in here will aggro me, but... Okay, so ore golems, the various shadows, and underworld bats, those are what drop a key in here. Oh, look at that, lead in with a triple hit. Yeah. Not shaking that aggro. The power of Vorpal Scythe. Oh yeah, I need to be on the lookout for a treasure chest too. According to the map, there's treasure chests in just about every single room, so I just really have to keep an eye out. But I don't know, I've kind of settled into a nice little groove of farming, like, level 70-ish Quadovs. it's just fun because it's so dangerous to me. Like that's really why it's so fun, is because it's so dangerous. But also it's not bad EXP. I made almost another merit point yesterday. So I do get EXP while I'm doing it, which is very nice. But I think what I think what I need to really actually make that whole thing profitable, I think what I need is I need Treasure Hunter 2 or more. But here's the thing, I honestly don't think a Thief main could really reliably solo those. Like honestly, the only people I've seen soloing enemies there is other Beastmasters. Or Summoners. Summoners too. Summoners can also do it. But my point is, I don't think a Thief main could solo those. And the reason is the Gospels. Like, the Gospels are so strong that, like, a level 75 will get two-shotted. And I don't think that... Like, yeah, I don't think the Thief could really counter that. Like, I don't think anybody without a pet could counter that. You need a big beefy pet that can just take it. Maybe. And I guess you could silence, well, I guess here's the thing. I guess a thief could use the silence bolts, right? I guess that might work, but well, there's a second problem, because remember, every time I fight Sapphire Quadavs, the way that the rooms are set up, there's like there's generally 3 Quadavs, all about level 70, in one room, tightly packed. If you aggro one, you will aggro the others, like it just happens. So like the only reason I can successfully do it is because I have a beefy pet that can fight all of them at the same time, and you know we can kill them, right? And the pet can just tank it while I help to deal damage. And like I'm basically I'm a duo, right? A Beastmaster is essentially a duo, and I think a duo of players could do it just fine. But I don't think a solo, like even a 75 thief, I don't think they could pull that off. Like I don't think they could go up against really really strong spellcasters that can just two-shot you and 3 at the same time. I don't think that's possible for a single player. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's some kind of some supermen out there, but to me I don't feel that's possible. It's barely possible for me. But what I am thinking is maybe, I don't know, if any high-level thief just wants to do some farming, the thing about the scrolls is they're all rare, so you can only have 1 of each, right? If the scrolls were dropping a little more frequently, yeah, I mean, why not? Like, just, you know, split them, right? Split the loot. Because faster loot would go better, right? So I feel like Beadu would be a very good duo farm, right? Super good duo farm. Solo farm, it's fun, but I kind of have doubts on its profitability. Like you could probably make more money farming many other things in the same amount of time. Just because the drops would be more reliable and the fights would be a lot less intense, right? Or, well, hell, I mean, you could solo some BCNMs, right? No doubt. I don't know, for now I'm just gonna file Beadu farming under it's fun, right? It's fun, mixes up gameplay, questionable efficiency, but it's fun, right? That's what it is to me now. I mean, I mean, in a way, isn't that kind of most things that you do in this game? Questionable efficiency-wise, but it's fun. Oh, where am I going here? Okay. So is there gonna be a barrier that keeps me from advancing? It kind of looks like there's a barrier on the map, but it's not clear. Unclear. Uncertain. Also, let me just check something. What's the drop rate on the key from these underworld bats? 2.3%. What's the drop? Okay, so shadows. So the drop rate from shadows is 2.9%. Or golems. 1.8. So, okay, so if I really want a key, the shadows seem to be the best thing I could fight. Underworld bats, close second. Well, I got my treasure hunter 1. Funny thing is, if I ever decide to take Thief higher level than it is now to get the good treasure hunter, right? I probably wouldn't even use it to fight enemies that are, you know, higher level. I would probably just farm very low level enemies for more common crafting materials and stuff like that. You know, I'd probably just farm bees or rabbits or something because they're fast, right? They're super fast, they're easy. And the materials would drop like crazy with Treasure Hunter 2 even. I kind of find that the lower level enemies, like if you're just farming for reliable cash, the lower level enemies are sort of better, honestly. Which feels so backwards, but yeah. I guess high level enemies tend to have like really good selling items, but they're really rare. And depending on how unlucky you are, it often is just more efficient to go for reliable, easy kills that give reliable materials that sell for a good amount. You know, not a crazy amount, but a good amount. And hey there, Cito. Hey there. Huh. I'm trying to think on that one. I mean, it's some kind of... I've seen a lot of Boo haunted house movies, so I'm trying to think like what is that one? But it's all blurring together in my head. I've seen too many haunted house flicks. I still think we need a live action Luigi's Mansion horror movie. Rated R. Needs to happen. Alright, these shadows might drop the thing. Pull this guy over too. And Vexus, yeah, we finished it. Finished it yesterday. The true message of the story was family. Family. Well, I mean, okay, so Vexus, I mean, the video is still, like, it's still on the channel. You can go and look at it if you want, because I gotta be honest, it was such a cascade of things just happening at the end. And then it wrapped up by, you know, finding out that the landlord was your real dad the whole time. And then everybody goes to Mexico and lives happily ever after. In Mexico. Yeah, that's a... I mean, but yeah, really, it was just a cascade of things happening at the end of the game. That's the best I can describe it. Oh no, that other shadow, he's not the chase you down kind of shadow. Oh no, sleep! No! Look, okay, I guess I've been fighting too many Sapphire Quadavs. They love to do Sleepka, okay? Or rather, the Sapphire Quadavs love to do Sleepka too, which is... ugh. Oh hey, we got it! Alright, don't have to kill any more of these things. I mean, look, these shadows, they're just... they're shadows. They do kind of have a similar property to the shadows in Persona. They kind of do. They're just, like, black textureless things, right? Taking on some form. Oh wait, also, is this the room with the cloister of ice? Might be, I'm not sure. It's been a while, but I have the oh yeah, oh god, that's another thing I need to do. I have the so I got all the normal avatars, right? I did the mini fights. I still need to do the prime fights. The prime fights, I can just do them whenever I want as a 75 Beastmaster, and I think I can solo them. So I kinda want to do that at some point. Like, I want to make a day of that. But, alright, so I got a key. What I need to do now is I need to find a chest, and I have a map that shows me in more detail. So there could potentially be a chest here, here, or here. There's chests, again, they're in almost every room, so we're really gonna have to just look around. Yeah, I want to do them for Fenrir. I don't know if there's anything else I want. Like, every prime fight has a certain amount of, like... There's loot you can get, right? There's unique loot that is elemental themed that you can get for each prime. I'm just not really sure if I actually want any of that. Like, statistically, I don't really know if any of it's any good, but B, I might want it just for the lock style, you know? I might want it for fashion purposes if any of it looks cool, but otherwise I don't really know what I'd do with it. I mean, the loot is like it's loot that you can't trade or anything, so like you personally have to do it. I don't know how it looks though. That's the thing, right? Like the loot is it all has interesting effects and everything. Like it's all elemental themed, so it's very unique just in effect wise. But I'm not really sure it's something I could make proper, like, actual use out of, you know? So mainly I'd want it for the appearances, and I don't know, I'm not sure, right? I'm not sure if any of it looks neat. The main problem, though, is that a lot of the gear, it has interesting and good, powerful effects, but the problem is most of it, from what I can tell, it has the caveat of only on certain day, right? So you get, like, I don't know, some stuff for Ramu, and it's all on, like, it's only effective on Lightning Day, right? And same for all the other ones. And I don't really know how to make use of that, right? Like, It's not like I can carry around a full set of gear for every day of the week, right? Like, you know, like it's my labeled underwear for each day, right? No, that's way too many items. I can't do that. Like, even if they have really good effects, that's too many items to haul around all the time. Like, hold on, guys. I gotta put my Fire's Day gear on. I mean, I do need those shelves, but I have other things I want to put on the shelves. You know, but I know I need those IKEA shelves. Those you know, Final Fantasy IKEA shelves. Alright, so I got a key. I'm just, yeah, I'm looking at a treasure map right now that has all the treasure chest locations, and I'm just trying to figure out where the hell I'm going. So, okay, there's a lot of chests that I actually can't physically get to. Yeah. But there's a few I can, like in this room. So on the north and the kind of southeast side, there should be a chest. Or there could be a chest. So I'm just looking around, just quickly scanning each room. Alright, I don't see anything in here. Nothing. Okay. Other potential place. I think I've already, I mean, because I was looking for keys, so I think I've already checked everywhere over on the east side of the map. But there's about 4 treasure chests on the west side of the map, but you have to go down through the basement and then loop back around in order to get there. But there's one more potential chest. Right over here in the first room. If it's not here, then I have to... Oh, we got lucky. We got lucky. This means I don't have to go exploring. Alright, we got the Fei Yin Magic Tome. That is all I needed. So I can go back to Sandoria, and I can just get the Scroll of Teleport Vazel now. Awesome. Very awesome. Let's warp cudgel the fuck out of here. Yeah, so okay, if we didn't find a treasure chest here, because I already looked everywhere over there, then I would have had to have gone around here, down this way into the basement, traverse the whole ass map down there, and then come up over here and then searched these areas, because there's like a wall cutting off all the hallways here. So we got lucky on that one. That could have been much more annoying than it was. Oh, also, hey there, I also don't think I said hey to Q either, but I mean, it's that problem where you just come in and just immediately have a conversation. Again, it's only the internet, right? Like, only the internet. It makes you develop such strange behaviors sometimes, right? Like, you don't even say hello or anything. It's just boom, straight to talking. Alright, so I got that one. I mean, I have to go back to Sandoria, but I got it done, right? It's done. So what I'd say I want to do now, I still have to turn in the marble statue in Kazam. Like, I still have to do that part. I got the statue from the blacksmith, but yeah, he wants you to take it back, so we're gonna do that now. Complete that quest. Okay, it's arriving in 3 minutes. We got a sec then, but I think my loop here will be to, yeah, turn the statue in Kazam, then warp back here, then teleport back to Sandoria, turn in the Vassal quest, then I will have all of my White Mage teleports. Nice and cozy. I won't be able to use the Vassal scroll yet, but next level, right? I just need to get one level of White Mage, and then I can use it. So I'll keep it in my Mog Satchel. Alright, so I got like 3 minutes, so I'll just chill out here. Good time to sort some things. Alright, so I already got my Scroll of Altep, because it was just a turn-in, so I got that. I'm gonna pull it out. The moment that I turn in this statue, I'm just gonna switch my class back to White Mage, and I'm gonna flag up, because I would like to be able to use all the teleports. Like, that's one of those goals, right? Is be able to teleport everywhere. I always wanted to level White Mage up to at least 42, just so I could teleport everywhere. Now, how much am I actually going to use that? No idea. But I like the idea of being able to teleport everywhere. Right? Even if I'm not going to get much practical use out of it, it's a fun idea. What can I say? And every now and then, you still see in like Yell chat, you'll see people that are begging for a teleport, right? You'll see it every now and then. That said, I mean, I'm kind of past the point where that's a good idea to do for money. Like, it's not that it isn't good money, because you can totally make good money doing it. It's just, like, I'm at a point where I can catch fish that sell for about 730 gil each, right? Like, in the time it takes to kind of organize a teleport for someone and teleport them and get paid, in that amount of time, I could have made, like, 3 times that gil in fish, right? So for me, it's not really practical as a moneymaker anymore. I've kind of transcended beyond that. But it's a fun thing, right? Like, I'd teleport people for fun. You know, like, if someone needs a teleport, I can do it. And I like that. The Grimmonite. The Grimmonite, for me anyway, I did a double check on that, and the Grimmonite sell, for me, they sell for 734 gil each in Norg. But my rep is pretty high with everyone at this point. Yeah, like, I fish up a whole inventory of Grimmonite, and, I mean, it's... Like, every time okay, if I fish up a full inventory of Grimmonite, and then I go back to Norg to sell it, I usually make about 25k. And my inventory's not the biggest. Like, I only have 50 slots, and a couple of those are taken up with items. I mean, also, in the same amount of time, I usually fish up a Damp Scroll, a Norg Shell, so that's an extra, what, 12k? That's like an extra 12k on top of the 25k. I usually get some Bastor Bream, I usually get a ton of Nebimonites, which, like, I usually sell about 4 stacks of Nebimonite within a single full inventory of fish. And they go for between 2 and 3k a stack. So it's... Yeah, for me, it's often just more profitable to just keep fishing, right? It's honestly one of the more profitable things I can do. One of the easiest, too. Like, it's easy. It's very low stress compared to, you know, farming Quadav's, like, 4 level 70s at the same time that can just 2-shot you. It's a little less stressful than that. Oh, now, okay, Q. Now, Gold Carp, I don't remember that being so slow. Like, what... It shouldn't take that long to get a stack of Gold Carp. I don't know what's going on there. Like, I usually fished up Gold Carp in Port Sandoria, and, I mean, that went pretty quickly, I found. I mean, you'd also usually get a lot of the tricolor carp too, but I mean, those sell decently. I guess I don't remember it being quite that bad. I'm trying to remember what rod and lure I used. Like, maybe you're using one that isn't quite fully optimized for that. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't remember it being that slow. But, I mean, gold carp, you're getting up there. You know, if you can hold out to Tavnasian gobies, I mean, those are a real moneymaker. Like, if I didn't need skill points, I might go back and fish Tavnasian goby, just because they are super fast to fish up, and they're very plentiful, very profitable. Okay, the halcyon shrimp. I'm actually thinking if I might have used the composite on that one, even though it's a large, but I'm not sure. I'd have to, yeah. I'm not sure exactly what I used for that one. I just remember it wasn't that bad of a catch rate on the gold carp. Alright, back up in the sky, on our way to Kazam. Ah, that travel music. But I'm trying to think of, like, man, the big fish, right? The big profitable fish. And I remember gold carp being one of the first fish I could catch to actually make a good amount of money just selling to NPCs, right? Before gold carp, there's fish that you can catch that they're good money, but you gotta play the auction house, right? Like, there's a lot of good fish that they're good, it's just you gotta play the market. But yeah, past gold carp, I mean, crescent fish, right? Crescent fish, those are also fairly good to just sell. And then, of course, Tavnasian goby is the major one, but I don't know, there's a couple of good ones to just sell, and then there's good ones, I mean, there's some that are really good to just not vendor, but to auction house sell, you know? Ones that people actually want. Yeah, yeah, those Primivians, but, like, funny enough, yeah, one of the better fish that you can catch is in Lufei's meadows. So that, if anything, just for the fishing, right, it's worth it to get access to Lufei's. Yeah, the gobies sell very well to an NPC. I'm trying to remember how much they sell. I think those were 400 something, I think. It's been a little while. The main thing, though, is that they have a very high catch rate. Like, almost every time you cast out your line, you will catch a goby, and the pool is very large, so it won't deplete easily. Like, you can just fish them forever, for hours, all you want. Yeah, about 400 to 410, depending on reputation. So yeah, like, that's not bad, right? And you can catch multiple stacks very quickly, because it is a very high catch rate fish. But I can't, oh god, I can't remember the thing is, I just have a bookmark of, like, wiki pages on fishing, right? Like, my advice is just to look up a fishing, like a classic FF11 fishing guide, and just bookmark that. Because that's what I do. Because there's so many fish and so many baits and lures and places. It's honestly a lot to remember. So I just bookmark a good information source. Or really just any wiki, right? Just any wiki. Okay, so yeah, Tuple knows a little better, knows better offhand. Yeah, I'm the kind of guy that I know a lot of things offhand, but for many things, I just have lots of good resources that I can call up, right? I mean, I don't know. Speeding it up in terms of like leveling, I don't know. That's never gonna happen. But speeding it up in terms of making gill, yeah, it's just you just have to use the right rod, the right bait. Not have too much fishing competition. That's one thing. Like, a lot of fish are really good, but if there's competition, the pool depletes, and yeah. Which I am wondering if that's maybe one of your problems, because I never had a problem catching gold carp. I could catch multiple stacks in an hour, but when I would fish in Port Sandoria, there was no one else fishing there. Like, no one. The thing is, right, is if there's a lot of people, or in some areas, even one other person fishing, it can really, really mess up your catch rate. Like, Grimmonite is the same way. Like, if I have the Grimmonite fishing hole all to myself, or maybe there's just one other person there, it's fine. The catch rate is great. But I've had days where there's literally 10 people at that fishing hole, and I can't catch shit, right? Like literally every single time I throw my line out, I just get either a monster or nothing or trash. And it's because the area is overfished, so you might be running into that problem. Yeah, then I think the issue is that when at the time you're choosing to fish, there's other people fishing in that pool, and it's depleting the gold carp. Because, yeah, I never had that problem. So, okay, what I can suggest there is, depending on the times you fish, you may need to look up some alternate fishing holes and look around for what sells good, either to a vendor or to the market, and go for some alternate fish, right? Like, you might have to go out of your way to fish that people aren't doing, and make that your thing. This is one of those unfortunate circumstances where your time, the time you fish, where you fish, that it might just be bad. There might just be too many people at that hour. It's, yeah. I mean, again, I don't have it in my brain, but I do have wikis. So let me just take a quick look. Like, my fish bookmark, fishing guide. Okay, so what's good for 51? And I assume you have the fishing gear, right? Like the basic fishing gear. So at 51, your effective cap would be like +4, +10, so +14. So effectively, you could fish up to 65. So anything up to 65 you could catch. Which, let me see what you got there. And if I did any of these. Oh, I mean, you could do bluetail. Bluetail is awesome, right? Like, bluetail is a really good fish. It sells around 300. It's a very common one on the northeast cliff of Kufam Island. Like, that's a 55 fish. That'd be good for a few levels. It's just, yeah, avoid the Banshee, but otherwise, the northeast cliff. Bluetails are about as plentiful as Tavnasian gobies. And yeah, very, very good fish. I think bluetails sell on the auction house for a little more than you can sell to vendors, but the vendor price is good. So that's an option. What else? Let me see. What did I... okay, that's a little too high. Let's see, there's... Okay, the marlin, the Bethel marlin. Now that's one for the ship, right? I guess, have you tried fishing on the ship? That can get a little dangerous too. Be sneak ready, but... otherwise, like that one, it's a large fish, but it could work. But I think that's just sort of a weird level, honestly. Yeah, because if you get a little higher level, right? If you get 4 more fishing levels, you can do crescent fish, and those are very good, right? Those are very, very good fish. But you need 4 more levels, so Uh-oh, hold up. The cat just came in and she's got something in her mouth. One sec. I need to see what's going on there. So, I will be right back. Sorry. Cat emergency. Cats. Alright, I'm back. So, she killed a little bird. Very, very, pretty bird. That's some red and green markings. We have such an adorable little murder machine. Okay. But all taken care of. All done. Yeah, yeah, killed a bird. I don't know what type of bird. I'm horrible at remembering bird names, but very pretty one. She just came in squeaking with that in her mouth. So, yeah. But at least it wasn't a half alive one that was trying to fly around. At the very least, it was done. Okay. So let's see. Okay. So to get back on my train of thought, the fish thing. I mean, I could actually take a quick look, but yeah, the only thing that you have to worry about when catching bluetail, and bluetail is a good one all the way to as high as you can take it, which is 55. Which I think that would allow you. Yeah, that would allow you to catch crescent fish if you cap out on it. But good catch rate and everything. And yeah, there's only one enemy that you have to worry about, and that's the Banshee. But the thing is, the Banshee, it spawns kind of in the middle of the cliff and a little ways in. If you fish on the sides of the cliff, you should be fine. Like if you fish on the far east or the far west side of the cliff, you'll be okay. And, I mean, be mindful, right? They only come out at night, obviously. So when night falls, just kind of take a look, see where it spawned, and yeah, as long as it's more to the middle, you shouldn't aggro. Generally, they don't have a super wide aggro range except for health, right? So as long as you're not injured, you'll be fine. And also, I mean, the Banshees, if you're level 30, I mean, the Banshees aren't going to just instantly destroy you. Like, as long as you have a warp scroll or something, if for whatever reason you miscalculate and get aggroed, you'll be able to get away. Like, yeah, they're not super lethal to a 30. Alright, so I think I got everything I need for this one. Oh, Sito. I mean, the worst our cats do is they just bring in animals, either whole, and they just leave them there, or they just eat them, right? Like, they just eat the thing and maybe leave some of the guts they don't like in a little pile. But they don't really do anything exotic with it. It's just kind of leave it whole or just eat it. And yeah, cute. I mean, that's actually I've seen. So at the Grimonite fishing hole, I actually saved someone who wasn't really paying attention, and they got aggroed while they were fishing, or not. Well, they were AFK. They were AFK for a bit, right? But I've seen low-level fishers out at that hole, and they just cast sneak on themselves, right? They just, you know, make sure the enemies aren't looking, and then they sneak. Well, make sure the enemies aren't close, right? Because there's like one enemy that patrols into the fishing area. But you can fish while sneaked. You can do that. But I don't think you'd need to for the blue tail. I really don't. And also, it is very specifically the northeast cliff. Like, you might think that you could be able to fish at any of the cliffs and you'd get bluetail, but no, it's only the northeast cliff. Oh. No. Oh. Also, man, a 19-year-old cat. And I'm trying to think, like, our cats are only... I think our cats are only no more than 5 years old. Like, I think. Like, I think Moon is the older one, and, I mean, yeah, she's, like... I'm trying to think, like, Silver's maybe 4. Moon is maybe 6. 6 or 7, but... I guess our cats are still fairly fresh. And I've never had an old cat. Like, I've never had a cat that gets that old. Like, something, especially if they're outdoors cats, something usually happens at some point, unfortunately. But that's the life of an outdoors cat, right? They're living their best life, being free, and that means, yeah, terrible things can happen to them out there. But, yeah, they usually don't live that long. Ah, man, I've never even seen such old cats. Oh. Alright. So, let me wrap... Speaking of cats, let me wrap this quest up. I want my teleport scroll. So, I have the statue. Alright, proper cutscene time. Have you brought it? Ah, yes. This is the exact same image I saw in my vision from the goddess Altana. When the heathens of this backwards village lay their eyes upon this immaculate sculpture, they will surely come to their senses. A statue of the goddess Altana, sculpted from a stone that can only be found in Kazam. Now I can prove to them that the Dawn Goddess exists even in the earth they tread upon each day. Ah, yes, please accept this as a token of my gratitude. May the light of Altana shine down upon you, always. Okay, good. I wanted my scroll, alright. Yay! Now, whether this works or not, who knows? We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that works out. Oh yeah, what is this like? She's just staring at him. What does she have to say about this guy? Huh. That guy over there in the funny-looking clothes says he's from some place called Sand Oreo. I wonder if everybody there dresses that funny. Well, okay, there you go. The game even mentions the Sandy Oreo. Oh, Sita. I'm trying to think if you actually see, like, if you actually get to see any statues or something of Altana. I'm not sure there's any to even, like, are there any images of the goddess anywhere to see? I don't know. I don't think I've seen any. Yeah, Sandorio! It's actually a thing. They just mentioned it, yeah. And hey there, Lily. The Sandy Oreo is real. Alright, so Scrolls Godded. Let me change out. So change jobs back to White Mage, Black Mage. I'm still kind of rocking the int gear as a White Mage. Still kind of rocking that. Though I did slot in my Justice badge. So I guess between all of that I have fairly even plus int and plus mind. Like, I could go harder on the plus mind, I could, but I don't know, I like being able to actually land blind. I sort of like that. And I even, shit you not, I was in a party as a White Mage, and they were doing skill chains, and I actually threw in a Black Mage elemental spell, and I actually successfully bursted with that. It wasn't for a lot of damage, it was only like 100-something damage, but like, I fucking threw a magic burst in as a White Mage. Felt good. Alright, so I guess, yeah, I'll stick with this. This is kind of my standard. This is my White Mage gear. It's not the best, but you could do a lot worse. You could do much worse. Alright, lock that style in. Okay, let me scribe my scrolls. So, teleport you. And, oh, gotta let it play its animation. And teleport Eltep. Alright. So I, got my teleports. The only one I need still is teleport Vazel, and I did the quest, I just have to turn it in back in Sandorio. Sandorio! Oh my god! The Sand Oreo's in my brain. And yeah, I'm kind of trading my leveling off between White Mage and Black Mage. That's how I'm doing it. I just sort of mix it up as I feel like it, so you know, when I want to blow shit up, I go Black Mage. When I want to actually get a party, I play White Mage. But I'm trading off so far. I would like to. I'd also like to level up a tank, but I don't know that I can. White Mage and Black Mage at the same time, that's sort of enough. I don't know that I have the wardrobe to level up Paladin too. I don't think I do. Paladin will have to come later. So, alright, I guess I got everything I needed here. Oh yeah, let me just check something. I went back to Beadu, and oh yeah, Lily, I've been hitting Beadu every now and then. I got all the, you know, I got all of the really expensive spell drops in just Beadu. Honestly, the drop rate is not that bad compared to doing it in Kulun Dome, right? Like, the Dome is it's so hard to kill things. You kill so slow. So I stuck to the Sapphires in Beadu. And honestly, it ain't that bad, but I feel like it would go a lot better with, yeah, a higher level of treasure hunter, but I'm pretty sure just by the nature of having to fight like 4 enemies at once, and the spellcaster, that probably I couldn't solo it if I took Thief up to 75. Well, you're not needed right now, but I'm just pitching it that, hey, since I got all the spells I needed, which, man, Waterga 3, when I got it, I just checked the auction house, and like, man, it sells for up to 120k. But yeah, I got all the spells, and I tucked them away safely on my secret alt, so I can get more scrolls now. Yesterday I got a Scroll of Flood, that's 70k. I'm just waiting for it to sell. But yeah, like, hey, if you ever want to do some farming in Beadu, I could use that treasure hunter too. I could use it. And I'd say, yeah, like, just, the scrolls are rare, so we can each only have one anyway, so yeah, just, you know, split it down the middle, right? The main thing is that I feel like the drop rate is so low, it's not really profitable for me to do it alone with just Treasure Hunter 1. But yeah, Treasure Hunter 2, I feel like that could probably get it going pretty nicely. And the secret alt, it's just an elf. I like elves. They're my second favorite past human. And I made them max height, and like, oh man, they're like Galcatal. I love it. But yeah, I think, like, you know, the way I would do it, if I were to duo a farm just for Gil, right? And, well, you get EXP too. Like, I actually almost got I have almost a full merit point just farming in Beadu. So it's not terrible for EXP. But, yeah, like, have a Thief for Treasure Hunter too, and then that would free me up to go, like, Beastmaster / White Mage. That way I could, you know, I could cure the various status ailments and the poisons, and I could heal, and that would, yeah, I think that would work out fairly well. Ooh, nice, nice. Oh man, Treasure Hunter 3. So yeah, like, when you get that, I mean, especially then, yeah, Beadu might actually be worth it, because so like the spell scrolls in there. So Flood sells for like 70k, 60 to 70k. Water 4 is like, yeah, 70 to 90. Waterga 2, 70 to 90. Waterga 3, or yeah, that one is that's like 100 to 120. Like, the spell scrolls are worth a lot, and the guild drops, the guild drops are good. They, every now and then they drop mithril gear, which sells for a couple thousand as vendor trash. You usually get coffer keys, so yeah, every now and then go grab a coffer. Maybe you'll get lucky and get like 20k out of it. Beadu is good gil. If you're prepared for it, that is. If you are prepared. Alright, so let me warp back. Oh yeah, oh look, I got haste too. I don't think, haste doesn't do anything for spell speed, I don't think, right? Like, I think it's just attack speed. I think. Alright, so let me, hit warp. Ah, okay, so it reduces the recast time on spells, which, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to see how much it reduces that. Like, I'm not sure how practically useful that would be. I guess it would depend on what kind of spellcaster and what spells you're casting, I guess. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and put my flag up, but I'm gonna return to Sandorio. It's God damn it! I keep saying Sandorio and Sandioria. Man, that little cat girl, she ruined my brain. The Sandoreo is real. Okay, But I gotta go back there and turn in the quest to get Teleport Vasil. But I'm only 41, so I need another level before I can actually use it. Also, yeah, I like a good haste spell, I will admit. The only thing is I feel like Summoner is maybe better for haste, just because, well, Summoner has haste G, right? Like they can haste the whole party with Garuda. So that's maybe a little more valuable. Alright, give me that scroll, that Teleport Vasil. There's something really fun. I think it really does take me back to my days playing EverQuest, you know, good old wizard and teleporting around and warping around, and like, you know, wizards in that game are all about teleports and teleporting others, and it was such a useful thing in that game. It felt so satisfying, right? So I think having teleports as a white mage, it kind of takes me back to that. That mixed with the warps from black mage. I mean, I like that both white and black mage have some form of teleportation. Like, black mage, they get warp too, so you can send people home. And they also get escape, which just teleports the whole party out of a dungeon, which is also very handy. And I gotta say, as a black mage, so whenever I go black mage now, I actually get a lot of play out of warp too. Like at the end of a party, right? Like if the party is breaking, or if somebody has to go, they always ask me if I can warp them, right? Like they always ask if I can warp everyone home, and I love that. It's just an extra layer of utility. I don't know, I just like having utility in games. I like having some kind of vital function that people need, and, you know, that we can kind of play off each other that way. I have things that they need, they have things I need, and it all fits together, and I like that. Yeah, it feels good to be useful. Yeah, unfortunately my black mage almost never gets party play. That's the problem. Whenever I do get a party, the party is always really good. Also, I was thinking, can we see a statue of Altana? Or is Altana anywhere in this game? I don't think that's Altana, unless that's biblically accurate Altana. I don't know. But I see no Altana statues. I need to see this Altana. Alright, so I gotta go back to Eperdur. He's up top. So yeah, I would love to get more play out of Black Mage. It's just unfortunately, Black Mage is a DPS, and there's a lot of competition when it comes to DPS in parties, right? There's a lot. Every party I get into, it always goes really good, it's always really smooth, but you gotta get in the party in the first place. That's the problem. Huzzah! You found the Feiyin Magic Tome. This is fine news indeed. I should inform you though, the scroll was not lost. It was destroyed by one of the excommunicated. He apparently harbored hatred against San D'Oria and her clergy. Truly lamentable. At any rate, my friend, you deserve your just reward, a scroll of white magic, upon which is inscribed a new spell. Without your help, we could never have deciphered it. Alright. So that's all my teleports. The only thing is I can't use it just yet. But soon. Soon. I think I'll just keep it in my inventory, right? I will keep it tucked away nice and neat in my inventory. Oh man, Q, well, okay, is there anyone else fishing there right now? Because I didn't have that issue. Let me just double check what you need to, like, what's the ideal to actually catch bluetail. So yeah, okay, a halcyon rod with the minnow, the minnow rig. But yeah, like it, and just to be sure, you're at the, yeah, you're on the northeast part of the cliff, like the northeast part of Kufum Island. Cause yeah, that pool almost never depleted for me. And I usually fish like around these hours. Huh. I might have to swing on by there. The northeast one. The northeast. The northwest one, that's better for squids. Like that's better to catch giant squids. Like every cliff kind of has a slightly different pool. I mean, there's two fishers. If there's two people actively fishing, then they might have depleted it. It's just even with other people fishing that spot, I never had too much issue. Huh. I might have to swing by there and check it out since I'm not getting a party yet. Man, what's going on? Well, let's see, I'm level 41. I mean, I don't think anything should attack me there at 41. Wait, how much EXP have I got, actually? I just had a thought, which is, I mean, I could do a little white mage solo, right? I'm not that far from 42. I could white mage solo it up, right? Slash Beastmaster that shit. It's not something you usually have to do as a white mage, right? As a white mage, you generally just get a party. It's rare that I have to wait so long. Oh my god! Well, you got the pop item. How'd you manage that? Cause like I could not, like I couldn't even get to the area that you have to get to get the offerings. Like there's that room full of monsters that are very hostile. Like just a room full. And I couldn't get past that. Like there was no safe way to get past that. Okay. Man, I need some, like, I need help because you know what? I would totally play Summoner more. Because Summoner is the easy spellcaster. You don't have to buy spells for Summoner, right? None of this, like, 40k a level on spells, right? So you know what? I'd actually level Summoner up more if I had, like, those carbuncle mitts. I'd do it. Oh, I didn't think about that. Right? They aggro to sight, and Thief can hide, and that drops sight aggro. I didn't think about it like that. I did not think about it like that. Oh. I don't know. Maybe sometime. I would really like to get those mitts sometime. I really would. And honestly, the NM is the easier part. Like I don't think I can solo it. I might be able to. But like with one other person I could probably do it, right? That's not the hard part. Getting the offering is the hard part for me anyway. Yeah, I never really thought about hide as being such an incredibly useful tool. I guess I never really made much use out of it, but yeah, no, I can see how it has quite a bit of use. Oh, look, I keep hitting that received box, hoping, desperately hoping, that my Scroll of Flood has sold. Alright, let me switch my sub out to Beastmaster. I'm gonna go by Kufum Island and I'm gonna take a look at them fish, but also I'm gonna do a little white mage solo. Yeah. Again, something I don't really normally have to do, but we'll do it. Oh, now you're catching some. Okay, okay. Oh, no, I gotta have those pants. Well, I think I might have to do a little white mage solo no matter what, because it seems that nobody needs a white mage for once. Oh, man. What age are we living in? Oh. Ooh, nice. A pet camp solo on Summoner. Huh. I feel like the pet jobs, any of the pet jobs, they're just... I mean, they're really good for soloing, right? Obviously Beastmaster, but Summoner too, right? Summoner is really good for just soloing, because the pets are so versatile. Can't wait for Puppet Master. More pet jobs. Alright, so yeah, I guess I'm just gonna white mage solo. I really want to play against type, right? Part of me super wants to do blue mage, because blue mage is awesome. But I'm thinking, you know, I definitely want to check out Puppet Master. I'm not sure if I'll like Puppet Master or not, but I want to check it out. And then the other thing I want to check out is Corsair, because I'm not really interested in Bard this time around, right? Maybe I'll give it a shot sometime. Level it up as a sub or whatever, but yeah, I don't really want to go Bard as a main this time, like not to 75, but Corsair maybe, right? Corsair might be fun. Oh, okay, okay. So I guess, I don't know, Q, maybe you were just having a little run of bad luck, maybe? Like, that's all I can think of. But yeah, bluetails, and there's other places you can catch bluetail too, but that Kufum Island spot is that's sort of the ideal spot. But yeah, bluetail is both a good moneymaker. Before you vendor trash it, check what it's worth on the auction house, because it might be worth more there. And oh yeah, you can also, if you cook, you can make bait out of that. And I think the like the sliced bluetail, I think that sells very well, but I'm not sure. Like, I just know that a lot of people, I heard, they catch bluetail and then they turn it into the fishing bait, and they multiply their profit like that. That's what I've heard. Oh, Sito. Well, I mean, Puppet Master, like, all I really know is they get, like, a little shadow robot thing, a mammoth, but it's the little robot things with just shadow black inside the helmet, right? They look weird, but that's what Puppet Master commands, and you can swap, you can buy pieces for it and swap out the body parts to make it do different things, right? It sounds like a very interesting idea. I would have to see how it all plays out, right? Like, how all that comes together. A method. Oh. No, I'm trying to think. The little mammoth things, they appear in FF14 as well. I'm not sure if they appeared in any games other than 11 and 14, though. I'm not sure. I feel like the answer is no. Yeah, you don't, it's a little different than Beastmaster or Summoner. You don't command it, I know that much. You don't really tell it what to do, you just you build it in a certain way that it gives it access to certain abilities, and then it just sort of does its own thing depending on what its options are. Again, I would have to see how that feels to play. You know, I'd have to see how that actually works out. Depending on how the play is, it might either be really fun or it might be really unfun for me. I'm not sure. We'd have to see on that one. I mean, true, yeah, Puppet Master would kind of imply more control, but, well, yeah. Oh man, it's just blinding white out here. So I'm level 41. I think that might be... I don't know, that might be a little high for Kufum Island. I'm not sure, actually, but I feel like I might be a little too big for the island. Pugils still give me EXP. Yeah, they still give EXP. The Acrophies, I think the Acrophies should still give EXP. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh no, Cito, we'll have no Pinocchios in here. I don't know. I just know very little about Puppet Master, and I do want to see how it works, right? At the minimum, see how it works. But I'm thinking out of the three new jobs to come, I want to try Corsair, right? Like, because everyone's gonna be a blue mage. Puppet Master may or may not be for me. Corsair, right? Why not? Go against the grain. Also, I just realized that I don't think I have a macro set for like, I don't have a macro set for charming, do I? Oh no, I do. Oh yeah, look at that. I got banish 2. Can blink myself. Got regen, got a cure. Maybe up that to a cure 2. What else? Got paralyzed. The let me slap some more buffs on there, I think. So let's see. I'll have a thing to haste. Who knows? I might wanna. Well, it looks like everything else is set for me, so. Okay, so I can regen, blink, haste myself, all the good things. Alright, let's, oh, do I have a charm set? Oh, this would be a little bit of a problem. Oh, this is embarrassing. I don't have a charm set macro for white mage. Oh, that's, hold up. We need that. That's the thing we need. So okay, I gotta dip on in here and make an equipment set. So I have my black mage ones. Let's make one. Use current. Proceed with overriding the set with your yes. Okay. Change name, and this will be white mage. Let's see, how do I have this set? So white mage and 0, 2, 3. So white mage 0, 2, 3. Right. Oh, we don't want to. Yeah, keep same piece. Keep same piece. We don't want that to change. All right. So that is my basic ass white mage gear. Very, very basic. So we take that and then okay. Well, I think I could just use the black mage one, right? I mean, the black mage set would work. It would. For charming anyway. Like if all I'm worried about is charming, I mean, that would work, right? So can I make a copy of that? Yes, I can. Okay. So copy it, paste it. The wonderful world of macros. Alright, so this is not black mage, this is white mage 024. Okay. And I think this is good enough. This is, yeah, this has my, it has my charisma rings, the bird whistle, the noble ribbon. It's got some of the racial gear that gives plus charisma. This is fine. Yeah. Alright. So then now I always forget how exactly to make macro for this. So let me just go over to my BST set here. I'm just gonna straight copy that. Alright, and then put it on white mage. Oh, hey there! I'm just fumbling through macros. Ugh. Alright, so this will be for just the... I don't know, this is the white mage set, the normal white mage set. And that was like 0023, I think. And then this will be the charm set, and I think that was 0024. Okay, now let me just double check that those are accurate. Yeah, white mage 2324. So when I hit C set, puts that on. The normal white mage set puts that on. Okay. Whew. Okay. That's a whole ordeal. Alright. So, okay, I'm all macroed up now. And now I can just easily charm, right? There we go. Yeah, I never thought that I would have to... I never thought I'd have to do any Beastmaster soloing as a white mage. That's something I never... You know, I just figured I'm a white mage. I'm just gonna get a party, like, instantly, right? Like, every time. But not necessarily. Not necessarily. Alright, I should have made a macro for Protect 2, but here we go. Protect 2. Alright, Acrophes, get in there and fight Acrophes. Alright, I'm really curious to see the power of haste on a white mage. Hastened club. I am seeing it, right? I am noticing that I'm a little bit faster. A little bit. Yeah, blazing speed. I can paddle him real good. I mean, I'm paddling it hard enough that I'm drawing aggro, so there is that. I need to put regen on myself. Oh yeah, I should probably actually exercise my spells a little bit, right? Like I don't use especially my divine magic. I don't use it very often. So yeah, hey, let's practice banishing. Man, that's such a slow spell. Ooh, I can Starlight. Yay, MP. Wait, a cure burn. So, okay, my understanding of the whole white mage burn thing is that you fight undead enemies, right? And you cure them to death. That was my understanding. And I mean, curing doesn't use divine magic. That just uses healing magic, right? Or do you throw banish in there? I don't know. Also, it's about nighttime, so the undead are gonna be coming out soon. We've got all these fishers out here. Wonder what they're going for. Yeah, look, there's one over there too. 3 people fishing. No idea what they're going for. But yeah, I feel like... So here's the thing, right? I've seen a few white mage burn parties out there, but I kind of feel like that's such a waste of white mages. What I mean is that most of the time, I guess not right now, but most of the time, like both healers and tanks, sometimes more so healers, sometimes tanks, but healers and tanks are always in such short supply. It's usually the thing that breaks a party, or that means a party just can't form in the first place, is either there's no healer or no tank. So like the idea of just hoarding like 6 healers in one party and essentially taking them out of the normal party pool, I feel like that's kind of, I don't know, like I feel like that's sort of exacerbating the problem, right? Like I totally get why, you know, black mages sort of go off and do their own thing in burn parties. I get why, you know, beastmasters make their own burn parties. I get a lot of these various you know, all one class burn parties, but yeah, it's because there's so many of them and it's a way to team up and get EXP. But like white mages are usually, you know, they're not. White and red mages are usually in very high demand and very needed for your average party. So it feels weird to just kind of hoard them all in one group together, right? And Sito, as far as the pantheon of gods go in this game, I'm still not really sure what to make of it. Like, I'm still not exactly sure what is or isn't correct divine lore in this game. It seems to be conflicting even as I do the story missions. I mean, honestly, I feel like a thief burn would totally work, right? You just, I mean, like every time someone does a sneak attack, trick attack, it would force aggro on one person. And then, I mean, like, let's assume they're all thief ninjas, right? So the person who gets aggro could take it, theoretically. And then, yeah, like the next person in line, sneak attack, trick attack. And then, you know, like, just keep cycling that around, right? I mean, there's only like a minute recast timer, so yeah, I feel like you could very easily just have a chain going there of sneak attack, trick attacking. Well, Ultana is a deity, but I mean, there's a lot of forces at play in this game. I mean, even just doing some of the Pramathia and Zalart missions, it seems like there's quite a few forces at play. And that some of them may or may not be deities, but it's unclear. I mean, also, I think Diabolos may or may not be some form of deity. I'm not sure. Like, that's what I mean. It's, like, I'm not sure exactly if they are or are not actually gods of some form. Yeah, the cat girls they just worship the land. Oh no, Lily. They're too far on the cat scale for that. So there's banshees. I wanna do the whole annihilate them with cures thing, right? I need to do that. That feels like a good idea. Let me just blink myself first. Alright, so let me whip out the big league cures on this one. I wonder, okay, if you do a Divine Seal, right? If you do Divine Seal plus Cure 3, does that empower it as a damage spell? Or is it only for the curing angle? I don't think it did anything for it. I don't think. But Cure, yeah, Cure 3 does do pretty decent damage to undead. Oh no, Curse! But aha, I am a white mage. I have Curse now. Alright, oh look at that. Yeah, reducing my max HP and MP, I'm moving all slow, but right, hold up. I have Curse now. Curse be gone. Yeah, feels good to be able to remove that. Feels real good. But I will rest up my my MP and everything. And yeah, the ghosts in this game, they have a certain look to them. They don't really so much look like ghosts as, I don't know, they look, I don't know, they look very organic to me. Like, they don't really look ethereal or anything. But that's okay. It's fine. Man, it feels like, it really does feel so good to just have all the curative spells. There are so many nasty status effects in this game that can really throw a wrench in everything you do. So being able to cure that, oh man, it's satisfying. Oh yeah, right. There are actual just ghosts in this game. I always forget Guskin Mines, but yeah, there's proper ghosts down there. I always forget those. I think I've only been down in Guskin Mines like once for the teleport dem quest. Yeah. So I don't know. Look, I'm a white mage. I got Cure 3. Let's do it. Let's do it, Banshees. So let me just blink up. Blink up, regen up, and then I think I'm good to get in there. I mean, maybe haste myself too, because paddling enemies seems to be very effective. Alright. And hey, I don't have to worry about status effects, right? Like I can cure all that. So my Banish 2 does 181 damage. That is more than my Cure 3, to be fair. But not a whole lot more, and I think Cure 3 is more MP efficient, right? Like, so Cure 3 is 46 MP. Banish 2 is 57. It's not that much more. Yeah, it's not that much more. I guess Banish 2 can be pretty good. So there's not really a whole lot of point to fighting the Banshees, but I guess I can do it very quick and effectively, right? Oh yeah, I guess they do drop Scrolls of Escape, right? The Banshees drop Scrolls of Escape, and if I want to go over to the Skeletons, they drop Scrolls of Tractor. Both sell for almost 10k, so I guess, you know, if I get lucky, it could turn out to be very profitable. I don't know, I'm just here to fill out my XP per, you know, to the level. I'm a good ways away. I was really hoping that I'd just go White Mage and get a party. This is the first time that I have ever gone White Mage, and I don't just instantly get a party when I put my flag up. This is a first here. Oh no, a drive-by licking. Ugh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. We've got Angry Leech. Alright. Back to resting up my MP. I think the assumption here is that like VTubers are weird and weird things happen to them. I think that's the assumption. Oh, hey, true, right? Like, yeah, technically I just healed the pet, right? Like, it drained health off of me, and yeah, look, it's almost full. Very technically. So yeah, it would obviously be much more efficient to not fight the Banshees and stuff. Like, it would obviously be much quicker and more efficient to fight literally anything else, but I don't know. I think I like fighting tough enemies. I like fighting enemies that do challenging things, right? Maybe I don't have to waste so much MP though. It's not that hard for me to kill these guys, right? I don't have to blow all my MP on it. So I could slow down a little. I could do that. Though something I might want to do, I might want to silence them just so they don't do those big spells, right? Oh man, I love it. I love that. But yes, a VTuber. And oh yeah, I'm over on the northwest coast of Kuchen here, just because there's 2 Banshee spawns, right? Lots of Banshees to fight and kill. Well, kill them again, I guess. All right, and let's. Oh no! It's way too easy to accidentally cure self. It's almost dead too. It's almost gone. I'll just kill it the normal way. Alright, I don't know, let's go check out the skeletons, because, yeah, they have scrolls. They got scrolls. But also, the northwest cliff here, the northwest cliff is pretty good for catching giant squids. I still find that with the particular bait that I'm using, the rig, I don't know, the drop rate isn't not the drop rate, but the catch rate, it's not that good. Generally not great. But the great thing about giant squids, which, you know, for me that's an appropriate fish, they sell on the auction house for like 3,000 gil individually, right? Like every time you catch one, you're getting 3,000 gil. That's pretty nice. I haven't tried it, but I mean I've looked at it and I don't think it's quite my thing. I might give it a chance sometime, but I really don't think it's quite my deal. I don't know, I do have sort of specific tastes on what I like when it comes to these types of games. But I'm always down to try something at some point, right? Kind of like I still, you know, at some point I gotta try RuneScape, right? At some point. I don't know. I mean, what I saw, I did not look like Ultima in 2023. It looks like something that is... It certainly has elements of it, like elements of Ultima, but I think maybe when people think Ultima, they maybe focus a little too much on the PvP part of it, or things like that, and not so much the more laid-back parts of it. The laid-back parts of it, I don't see at all in it, but again, it's just... I think different people see different things about a game and what they focus on and like what made it good or whatever, and not that there isn't anything good with Albion Online, it's just not... I don't think it'll be for me. At some point I can check it out, but I feel like I probably wouldn't get into it very much. What I find is a lot of like I've tried quite a few sort of sandbox style games in my time, and many of them they even like directly try to reference Ultima Online. But the problem is a lot of them they focus on the elements of Ultima Online that were honestly the weaker elements. Like, yeah, a lot of the times you'll see big open world, full PvP, full loot sandbox MMOs, and they tend to focus on the like you can PvP anywhere, and you know they focus on that element. But really, back in the day, that was the thing we cared the least about. Most people playing Ultima, the whole like PvP community that developed over time, and that became what it was known for. But that's not really what drew most people in initially. Like, you get what I mean, right? Like, something can be known for a thing that isn't really like it wasn't really the real draw, right? It's just what became popularized. That said, I still, like, I know I've tried Ultima Online, like, I've tried to go back to a more classic form of Ultima Online a few times. Like, I've checked out a few private servers on here, and, you know, the game part is great, right? Like, that part is just like I remember it. The problem is that the communities are all dead, the servers are just empty, and it just sort of feels lonely. Right? It feels really lonely and depressing to go to like an old school Ultima server nowadays. It's just a downer. It's kind of like going back to It's like going to a Star Wars Galaxy's private server, and, you know, the gameplay, the mechanical stuff might be like you remember it, but there's either just no one playing, or the people that are playing are doing it in such a way that it's totally different than back in the day, right? Like, and it just kind of leaves you with an empty, sad feeling as you run around what used to be very dense centers of population with people everywhere just doing their thing and mingling, and, you know, and to walk around those same city streets, but they're just completely void of life, right? There's just empty silence. And that feels bad. And that's what you get in a lot of these very, very social heavy games. Is you might replicate the mechanics, but man, without the community, it's all for nothing. And yeah, a bit of an existential sense of dread. True, yeah. Like, there really is an eerie feeling, right? Like, when you're on a... Like, when you play a game, yeah, like Star Wars Galaxies or Ultima Online, and there might, like, I mean, even the Ultima server that I checked out, it had hundreds of people on it, which isn't bad. The problem is, a lot of these games are... Because, yeah, they're big open sandboxes. They tend to be very, very large worlds, and hundreds of people can spread out so wide, right? That, like, to the point where you could wander around for hours and never run into another human being. And that feels really weird. And then when you do run into a human being, you're almost caught off guard, and you're wondering if they're real or not, right? A sort of madness sets in. Also, I'm just gonna pop over here and say hi to the Banshee, because hey, I'm kind of farming them for scrolls, I guess. But I don't think that Banshee should be a problem. I don't think. Yeah, like, it doesn't move around Yeah, the Banshee doesn't move around that much. But I'll just pop in here and take it out. Oh, Sleepka. I do not enjoy Sleepka. Yeah, and Bluetail, I believe Bluetail, they sell for a little more than gold carp, like a little bit more. And I think if you, yeah, I think if you can do cooking, you can make sliced Bluetail, and you'd have to do the math and check the auction house. But I believe you could multiply your gill further if you turned it into bait. But even just selling it raw, like, it's good money. It is. Oh, there's that curse. That curse I so love. Oh, its Dia effect wore off. Alright, so I'll have to anti-curse myself real quick. I love that I can just do that. I can just, yeah, curse, no thanks. No thanks. Also, oh, I see all that Bluetail coming up. I sees it. Oh yeah. Oh man, you are fishing right in the, yeah, like I would have like I would fish where like that person over there is fishing, like right over, like if you fish over there on the edge, you should have no issue with Banshees, like none. I wouldn't fish in the middle here. That's dangerous. That's living on the edge. But I will here throw the big protect and a small shell. I wonder, wait, can you haste people out of party? I actually don't know. Can I do that? Do I have that set up? Do I? Oh, there we go. Look, I'm gonna haste your fishing, alright? Man, wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that just be wonderful if you could get fishing haste? That would be amazing. Alright, my HP and MP are a little low, but I should be all right to fight this guy. Yeah, I feel like haste needs to apply to more things than just combat. That'd be wonderful. I mean, I also kind of wish it... I wish it boosted your movement speed, honestly. Alright, let's get that banish going. Gotta work that divine magic. Well, yeah, Mazurka for movement speed. Yeah. But one can dream, alright? One can dream. Also, let me just take a quick look here. The link. oh, Sito. Also, oh, hey, look, Shamrock! I just remember that little tune, the jaunty little tune from Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. Just put the pumpkin head on, alright? Put the pumpkin head mask on. See what happens. Which I kinda wish that's I know that one was a departure, right? But I kinda wish that's how I wish that's how the series went, as just an anthology. I feel like that would have been fun. Like, I feel like we would have had a more interesting series if that became the Halloween formula. Alright, there's not that much time left for night. Like, the daylight comes soon, and then all these skeletons and ghosts, they just disappear. I mean, kinda, Sito. That's sort of how I always looked at it. Like, Jason Voorhees is, as a serial killer slasher, he's fun because he's very clearly supernatural in nature, right? And he's very standout. But you know, Michael Myers is just, I don't know, to me he doesn't really stand out as a fun movie monster / serial killer. He always just kind of, yeah, felt like a poor man's Voorhees, like, honestly. That, and I think the Halloween movies never got as, like, they never went as goofy as the Friday the 13th movies did. We never got Michael Myers in space, in other words. And that's what I wanted. I wanted Michael Myers in space. Oh, also, I just noticed oh man, there's a certain food selling truck just went by, and they almost always hit us up here to try and sell us stuff. And I might get a ring at my door pretty soon. We'll see. That might be an AFK time. Thing is, every time they come, we always come out of that with 2 buckets of ice cream. Because their ice cream is really, really good. Yeah, like, there's certain companies that, like, I mean, they sort of specialize in, you know, selling frozen foods and stuff. And, oh, yeah, here they are. One sec. Let me just get to a safe spot. Semi-safe spot. I'm gonna run in there. Alright. Be right back. Oh, I'm back, and good thing that I'm back, because I got bound. Oh, man. Fortunately, the seller was not pushy this time. They're usually very, very pushy. So, I managed to shake them. I managed to shake them real quick. Where's my pet at? Here we go. Alright, okay, yeah, so normally the guy that comes around, it's a different, it's normally the same guy every time. It's a different dude this time. And this one, he just took, like, you know, when I was like, no, this time we don't need anything, right? Like, he just took that, right? The other guy is more pushy. He'll really try and sell you something. But again, their ice cream is fucking amazing, so yeah, we usually end up getting some. He gave us the little, like, you know, there's like a little order catalog magazine thing. We might still order something, but not, I don't know. I feel like you tend to get things that you don't want if you get pressured into buying from a salesman. So we'll buy on our own time, right? I mean, is it? I guess, you know. Well, I guess, yeah. You know, that didn't happen to me in the U.S. So, yeah. Here, I mean, there's just, yeah, like there's I mean, there's a lot more door-to-door stuff in general. That's much more common here. I think it's because it's a lot safer to do that here. But yeah, no, it's like they're Iceman. Iceman is the company, and yeah, they just have like a big freezer truck that they drive around, and you can obviously go online, put in an order, and they'll deliver. So it's just any kind of frozen food. Some of it's desserts, some of it's just like meals, right? Like dinner. But you can also just, when they come around, you can just order straight from them because it's in their freezer truck, right? For some people, it's a good system. I mean, I like cooking, so for me, it's not that great. But the food's a little expensive. Not too expensive, but a little on the expensive side for what it is. Still, really good ice cream. I mean, there's also, like, there's literally just food trucks, too. Like, there's a bakery wagon, or bakery truck, I guess you'd say, that comes around here, too. And it's just like, yeah, it's like a truck from one of the local bakeries that just does the rounds to all the little, you know, the little towns around here. And yeah, it's just like bakery fresh goods. They got milks, cheeses, other, you know, bakery adjacent stuff. Essentially everything you might need for breakfast, right? And they come around like every morning. There's a lot of that here. There's also the chicken truck. Oh, man, you can just get good roast chickens and fries. Just bam, right there. I kind of love it. But I don't know. I don't know if that's not common everywhere in Germany. I mean, it might just be a thing in our particular region, or it might just be a small town thing. Because, you know, we're not in a big city. We're out, you know, in a small neighborhood, village, whatever you want to call it. But that's very common here, is for trucks like that to just do the rounds, and, you know, it's very convenient, you know. It's like, hey, I don't have to walk into town, right? No, like, oh god, the chicken truck is awesome. I mean, the company is like Huna Fred, and it's just, yeah, like they just sell whole ass rotisserie roasted chickens. That's their whole truck, is they literally rotisserie the chickens right there, like right behind the guy that's selling you them. And they also make fries too. Like they just have like a fry vat too, and yeah, you can just get like a bag with like usually you get like a half chicken, you know, half a roast chicken, that with some nice fresh fries, and yeah, it's just right there, you know, in and out, get your thing, go, enjoy delicious, disgusting fast food. But fried chicken, so okay, fried chicken is, I mean, yeah, you can get fried chicken here, but it's honestly not as common as roast chicken, you know, like a good rotisserie, a crispy rotisserie roasted chicken. The standard delicacy for fast food is you just roast a chicken and cut it in half, and you eat a half of a chicken with fries or something. Oh man, Bavaria. Oh, I hear such things about that, but no, we're in the south of Germany, but not that south, the opposite south. The closer to France south. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of things that are very, very regional, but I like them. I like them a lot. Oh, Lior, the Pfalz. Rhineland-Pfalz. Wineland. Man, there is so much wine. There's like 2 wineries just in our little village area. And there's a winery and also butcher on the weekends, right? They have the best meat. But yeah, I won't go more specific than that, but like, I love the region. Also, funny, weird little connection too, because, okay, honestly, there's a lot of fun and strange things to me, but there's also a lot of fun and very culturally familiar things to me too. And I kind of did a little digging on that. And it's actually, okay, so my family, I actually do have Amish family members. So part of my family actually, yes, is like German descended, part. And I do have Amish family members, and they specifically come from like this particular region of Germany. That's why some things are a little vaguely familiar to me. And it was always weird visiting the... Well, I guess you wouldn't call them... They were like ex-Amish. I'm not sure what the hell they call that, but like, you know, Amish people that moved away from their Amish communities and just live like normal people, except, you know, they're a couple decades behind. I don't know what you call those, but like that, yeah, have a lot of family like that. Oh, Sito. I mean, the funny thing is that I, like, you know, I have the glorious dreadlock afro, right? I mean, most people here, funny enough, like, they just assume I'm, like, Arabic or something. Even though the wife is the one that has the Arabic family. And back in the States, everybody just assumed I was, like, Hispanic, which is weird. Like, apparently I'm difficult to place that way. Alright, let's... Oh, there's other people. I'm just noticing there's other people here, and I don't want to steal their mobs. I mean, that's just a Beastmaster, but... Oh, Elemental. No thank you. No thank you. Yeah, Vexus, yeah. Kinda like that, you know, when you have a more mixed ethnicity, yeah, it's like, yeah, here it's like, oh, that looks kinda, so, okay, funny thing, right, to be honest, and even my mom said so, like, when I showed, like, some pictures, you know, like, hey, here's, you know, the wife's family and all that, and it's like, you look, my mom said, you look like you could be her father's brother. And like, okay, so I'll give it. I actually do. I guess I do look vaguely Egyptian. Vaguely. But there is absolutely none of that in there. That's just a really weird coincidence, okay? But it is like, oh god, I've actually had moments here. I've had moments here, like when I first arrived for the first few years, where people would just stop me on the street and they'd be like, oh, you, and they thought I was, they thought that I was the wife's father, because I do actually, yeah, like I look like I could be related to him. Again, that's not great, but yeah. It's just weird fucking coincidence, alright? It's really weird coincidence. And no, Sita. No. It's a very passing resemblance, alright? It's like if you haven't kept up with someone for many years, you might, in your blurred memory, make the mistake. It's not that strong of a resemblance. Alright, well, there's elementals out now, so I gotta be more careful when I go for banshees. I don't know. Look, life is weird sometimes. Strange, one might say. Alright, okay, these crabs go down. They go down nice and easy with my higher level acrophies. But I'm just killing whatever out here. I was really hoping to just get party invite. This is a rarity. I've never had this happen where I go white mage and nothing. I am white mage, right? Yeah. Something is amiss. The cosmos are out of balance. But here's my only thought right now is, because we were getting into all the food stuff before, I am actually kind of... I mean, I do have that little booklet, and I'm like looking over at it, and it's like, man, I'm actually kind of hungry. I want some different food. And you know, we still struggle to find food that we both agree on. It's so hard to find food we both like. I mean, some days it's like I would just give up and like, okay, I'll order from the fast food place I like, and then she orders from the, you know, what she likes, and like, okay, we'll just do that, right? Some days you just want the thing you want, right? Planned meals be damned. Oh, pizza. I mean, something that I really have come to enjoy doing is making my own pizza, and funny enough, like, you know, the wife got me into that. Like, her family loves to do the whole, like, everybody get together, and, you know, you have, like, a bunch of pizza dough, and you roll it out, and everybody, like, tops their own pizza, and, you know, put them in the oven one at a time, and just do that. Like, it's a big thing with her family, and she got me into that. She doesn't really do the homemade pizza thing too much anymore, but now I'll just make homemade pizza because it's awesome, right? Like, she got me into it, but we don't do it as much as I'd like. I especially, since, you know, if I can just top it with whatever, I mean, I like all the worst toppings, of course, right? Pickled pineapple. I like me some pickled pineapple and onion pizza. Like, I'm easy. I will eat literally anything on a pizza. Okay? I'll eat anything on a pizza. Although one thing I do enjoy is sukuk. Like, that's another thing I've come to really enjoy is sukuk, and you can only really get the nice sukuk at like little Turkish/Arabic markets. The supermarkets kind of have shitty sukuk. But, man, it works really good as a pizza topping. It's like perfect pizza topper. Yeah, like, sukuk is, like, it's honestly one of my favorite things now. Like, absolutely one of my favorites. I was introduced to it here, you know, the fine German sausage known as sukuk. But, yeah, no, it's fucking awesome. I'd never heard of it before, but, like, yeah, favorite now. Ooh, nice Q! Like, the blue tail's working out for you. Again, I'd suggest, if you can cook, try to, like, check how much the refined slices of blue tail go for, because you might be able to further multiply that cash. Hmm. Ooh. No, wait. Sukuk. Now Sukuk, at least where we're at here, Sukuk is super cheap. Like, especially if you go to like a little Turkish market or something. Sukuk, it's been a little while since I did it, but Sukuk was generally like to get a good amount, it was cheaper than if you buy proper sausage, even from just a supermarket, right? Like generally, it's what I found is that on the average, things that you get from the smaller Turkish and Arabic markets, they tend to be a little cheaper than what you'd get in the supermarket on average. I mean, one thing I have noticed is that there is I guess this might be a regional thing too. There is a very, very large Turkish community in this kind of region, and I would imagine that creates a very high demand and a high supply for these kinds of things. I mean, there's also like 3 Arabic markets and Turkish markets like just in the small town near us, right? So I think maybe it's just there's a lot more of that here, maybe. Because yeah, it's cheaper. It's way cheaper to get stuff like that, and to get sheep cheese and goat cheese too, way cheaper than a supermarket. And you can get like a giant ass tube of them. Like, it's great. I love both sheep and goat cheese. Again, something that like I never knew I liked before. Also, it was way too expensive before to buy. But no, here it's like, I could get that real cheap. Oh no, my pronouncing is off. Uh-oh. Well look, I can't pronounce anything. That's established canon by this point. I don't want to cast a spell because that elemental. Let me just see, how's Brain Shaker? Ooh, looks cool, but doesn't really do much damage. Doesn't do that much damage. I think I'm out of the aggro range on that, but I'm playing it safe over here. Just staying safe. Also, I don't know, let me just check something, like, I don't know, toggle my seeking on and off, like, it might just be that, yeah, nobody needs a healer right now. Could be. Oh, look, I need to be a good melee mage, alright? Now, honestly, I could probably stand to upgrade my little stick, too. Oh, it's only a level 32 stick. Yeah, I could probably do better at this point, but I'm being cheap and lazy on it. Alright. I don't know, like, look, it's a charm pet. Make it fight to the death. Like a good beast master. Alright, now I can... Hey, you know what I can do? I can haste myself. Faster paddling. Just smack that ass with that paddle. You can't tell me this doesn't just look like a spanking paddle here. Come on. Come now. Oh no, the Acrophies. They've betrayed me. There we go. I didn't even bother putting the charm gear on. Didn't even bother that time. Oh no. Now, see, if I was a black mage, alright, if I was a mighty black mage, I'd just fight that thunder elemental. But yeah, as a white mage, that probably wouldn't go so good. Wait, I have silence, right? I could silence the thunder elemental. I mean, it would still be able to auto, like they actually hit really hard. Their autos are actually really strong. But I guess I could silence it. Didn't really think about that. Actually, I mean, you know, as a black mage main, I guess I could go white mage secondary, and I mean, that might make fighting them easy. I didn't really think about that before. I tend to sort of ignore status effects. But yeah, no, they do things. Alright, let's try and get some good damage out there. The old Banish 2. Oh, look. Yeah, there we go. There's the real mage damage. I don't know. I'd love to be able to just farm elementals at some point, but I thought black mage would be the ideal for that. But the problem is black mage is so squishy, right? It's black mage in general. Its issue is that it is super easy to kill. So no matter how much damage you deal, you're just so soft, so spongy. I guess red mage, right? Red mage should have been. I should have gone that. I guess red mage is always the answer, right? But I don't know. I don't really like how red mage plays so much. Man, can I do like a search, like party, like who's seeking for? Okay, am I the only one? Like, is this everywhere, or is this like all areas, everyone seeking? Well, okay, so this is everybody seeking for a party, and that's a lot. I mean, actually, there's a decent amount of healers seeking right now. Yeah, there's a 30 white mage, which, I mean, I guess that's out of my competition zone. A little bit out of it, but not that much out of it. Yeah, look, there's a, what? Wait. How does this happen? There is a 41 white mage who they're level 41 and they are rank 5, but they have no sub job. How does that happen? Like, okay, so the thing is, right, once you set a sub job, you literally can't unset it. Like, once you make a sub job, you will forever have a sub job, even if it's only level 1. Ah, they're challenge running. Huh. I mean, I guess here's the thing, right? If you're gonna impose such a challenge on yourself, I guess to be fair, I mean, white mage is probably the best choice for job that would suffer the least from that, right? Because really, what does anybody want out of a white mage? They want you to spam cure, occasionally do a debuff or two, right? That's about the height of what's demanded of the average white mage. Having or not having a sub doesn't really affect that too much, so I guess, yeah, I guess white mage is the way to go if you're doing that. Like, I guess, yeah. I've never seen that. I don't think I've ever knowingly encountered a someone that high level without a sub job before. And yeah, I always try to get my sub job as soon as I can, because I feel naked without my sub job, you know? Though I do I plan to try a hardcore run. And when I do a proper hardcore run, you bet your ass I'm gonna play the game as safely as possible. So I'm probably not even gonna join a party, right? Parties are a wild card. So my hardcore character is probably gonna be nothing but solo. So yeah, that means Beastmaster again, right? But until then, yeah, I'm just gonna play very slowly, very safely, solo, and yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily need it to survive all the way to 75, but at least I want to get the shirt, right? The red t-shirt. I think you have to get up to level 30 as a hardcore to get the shirt, I think. Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the way to do it. Like, it's really easy to just level and level and level, but then the problem you might run into is that, you know, what you don't want is, you don't want to be, like, level 30 with level 1 gear and no spells, and, you know, you can't get anything done, right? You don't really want that. So taking a few breaks to kind of grind up your gear, to work on your rank, you know, it's good to, so your character is more well-rounded. I think on other private servers that allow you to just level sync down to like level 10 with no problems, like no EXP loss or anything, and there's even servers, like I think Nasomi lets you, when you sync down, it lets you just use your high level gear too, so people sync a lot. And what I remember happening is I actually got to like level 50 in the dunes, but because that's all I ever did, like my gear was level 10 at level 50, right? So I couldn't get anything done. I couldn't fight anything. It was horrible. So yeah, at least moderately, even if your gear is trash, at least moderately keeping pace with your levels, you know, it's a good idea. Yeah, that's like, I have mixed feelings on the gear thing. Like, on one hand, I wish like it would make playing like a more universal character, you know, like my dream, right? My dream is to have a good party-friendly DPS, healer, and tank job that I can just switch between and play at any level, so that I can just help people to get things done, right? That's sort of my end goal, right? That's my end game. The problem is, even just having 3 classes, if you want to keep gear at all level ranges for those classes, that's pretty much going to be your entire, that's going to be your whole wardrobe, that's going to be all of your Mog House storage, like, that's it, right? So that's kind of the problem, you know? But I mean, the good part, right? The good part is that, yeah, it keeps the economy moving. Like, if you want to level sync down to 20 or 30, yeah, you're probably not going to keep your gear all the time, so yeah, you'll sell it off, then you'll buy it again. Keeps things flowing. Like, it is good for the game's economy to do it that way. It's just inconvenient for the end player, right? But I'd say the way this server does the level sync it's probably about right. Like, I think the 10 level gap thing is fine, because that, you know, that lets people party with each other in a good range. And the up to 50% EXP penalty for syncing way lower than your level, I think that's fine too, because, you know, that is enough to discourage most players from just staying in the dunes forever, right? But it's not enough, like, it's not enough to discourage players like me that, you know, especially once I hit level 75 with a job, I just don't really care. Like, if I, you know, with my 75 Beastmaster, if somebody wants me to go do level 10 shit, I'll do it, right? Like, I don't really care that I'm getting half EXP or, you know, merit points, right? Like, for me, that's fine, because I just want to play with other people, I want to help them out. So it doesn't discourage that, it still gives you some incentive, you still do get some EXP, right? So I think the way the level sync here is pretty much right. The gear thing, I flip-flop on what's the better way to do that. Sometimes I think it'd be better to just let us use our high-end gear. Sometimes I feel like this is the better way to do it. I'm not sure, honestly. Could go either way. Yeah, no, neutering power leveling was a need. So, the other private servers I've played on Nosomi. That was the first FF11 private server I ever played on. I played on Nosomi, then I played on Eden. Nosomi, my experience, I don't know if it's changed, but Nosomi was very buggy. Like, it was incredibly buggy, but I think it was also one of the earlier servers, so, you know, they were still feeling things out, right? But I remember it being full of bugs, a lot of shit didn't work. Also, the management wasn't really very good or active, so the server felt a little neglected. But I had a better experience on Eden. I still think they're fine, just way too small a population. But I think both servers had a big problem with power leveling, and with people just kind of staying in the dunes, you know? Nosomi more so. Nosomi is the one that really had that problem. I mean, I don't know, like, it's one of those things, though. You have to think about it, because I think a lot of servers, they might just look at the end result and say, let's stop people from doing that, right? But you have to ask why people were doing that. Like, most players you talk to, they don't like the dunes. They don't want to be there, right? They want to get out as quickly as possible. So why then, if people have a choice, do they all just stick in the dunes? Well, it's because, you know, they want to level up, they want to make progress and advance in the game, but, you know, keeping up with your gear, your spells, that is hard, right? And just staying in the dunes allowed you to get around that. To make progress in some form, and then worry about getting, you know, the money and the level, or, you know, the money, the gear, and the spells later, right? But the thing is the core need behind that. I think the core need there is that people enjoy the game and they enjoy partying up with people. They want to do that. But it's just, you know, they maybe don't have the time or, you know, to put into gearing up and all that. I don't know, that one's a little trickier, but, I don't know, I never really had too much problem gearing up on this server, or at least getting at least some baseline gear. Getting good gear is hard, but baseline gear is fine. But I think having a healthy economy, that really helps. The economy on both Nosomi and Eden are really stagnant. Like, it's hard to actually make money because there's just not a lot of people to buy things, right? So yeah, I think just having a more stable and healthy economy, that kind of goes a long way to solving the whole I need money for my gear and spells problem. Like, the fact that you can go out and kill, like, level 1 rabbits here, and you can sell a stack of hair meat for, like, 5,000 to 6,000 gil. That's fucking nuts, right? Like, you do that a few times, and man, you got your, like, all the way up through the intermediate levels, you've got your spells, you've got your gear, you're good to go, right? You can't really do that on a server with no players, you know? You need players for that. It's 6K, man, up to... Yeah, but see, that's the thing, right? Like, on a server like Nosomi or Eden, good luck selling that hair meat, right? Like, good luck selling it at all. And that's what I mean. You kind of... Like, a healthy player economy kind of solves that problem. Also, the PLing problem... Similar, but also related issue, yeah. I mean, you have to look at why people do it, right? I mean, they feel that while they love the game, they feel that it's just too slow for their busy lives, and they just want to speed it up and make it more comfy however possible. And I mean, that's not really something I can fault, right? But yeah, I mean, I think this server kind of fixed that by, you know, making resting faster. The very small, subtle, but important quality of life differences, I think that kind of, yeah, that goes a long way to address a lot of the base problems. You know, the causes behind the rampant demand for power leveling. Hair meat is, it depends on what hairs you're going for. The thing is, the drop rate for hair meat is not universal. Some rabbits drop more than others. Like in Sandoria, for instance, the rabbits in, like the level 1 rabbits in West Ron, or in East Ron, no, it's West directions. Yeah, the West Ronfar rabbits, they've got about a 20-something% drop rate. The West ones, they've got like the East ones, they've got like a 4% drop rate. And yeah, it's highly variable depending on what zone you're in. So some of the rabbits, I think some of them might have up to a 40% drop rate. Like the ones that are a little higher level, but not way higher level. It just depends, you know? Oh yeah, Dangraf Wadi, yeah, that's actually really good for the rabbit drops too. I'd have to check what the drop rate on those is, actually. I'm kind of curious. But I know the ones in Palborough Mines also have a decent drop rate. But, you know, Treasure Hunter helps, right? Like, if you have Treasure Hunter 1, that'll help out a lot. If you have Treasure Hunter 2, then you will have much, much nicer drops. Ah, nice. Well, yeah, let me just check. I just want to see real quick, like, what does Yeol Wiki have to say about the rabbits in the Dangraf Wadi? Let me take a quick look. Get a more official number on that drop rate. And like servers like this tend to use the same drop rates. Okay, what do we got? Where's them rabbits at? It's got the goblins. Oh, it's the goblins. Rabbits. Is it the hoarder hare? I think there's multiple ones, but the hoarder hare, yeah, the hoarder hare has a 34% drop chance on hare meat, which is, yeah, that's better than the ones in, you know, the ones around Sandoria. That is significantly better. So yeah, if you wanna, if you wanna get hare meat, Dangraf Wadi would be the place to go. I mean, there's also a shitload of goblins there, and yeah, oh, yeah, hey, you could farm your onions there too, right? Yeah. Yeah, if you don't have any Treasure Hunter, you just sort of have to be happy with what you can get. But if you've got at least Treasure Hunter 1, and I think if you're a level 15 thief, if you're even a level 15 thief, you'd be able to farm there. But I'd say with Treasure Hunter 1, you'd be fine. So I'm trying to think of some other items too, because I know I've been to the Dangraf Wadi a few times, and I think another thing you can get, there's lots of goblins, and obviously get your onions and various materials, but I think something else they have is the goblin fishers drop clothes poles, and I believe those sell for at least a decent amount, like maybe a K, right? Like, you'll get a little money on that. But yeah, there's a lot to kill outside of the rabbits, but there's also just a lot of rabbits, too. But yeah, I think when it comes to, you know, yeah, when it comes to the drops for many things, it just depends on, A, what class you are, what you're trying to do, and where where and what you're killing. Because yeah, the drop rates are so variable in this game. For the same item from the same type of enemy, the drop rates can vary wildly. Oh hey, PT. Well, I'll have to think about it. Alright, sure, why not? I got a little bit still, so let's do some white mage party. I just want to be able to teleport Vazel, alright? Okay, I'm just gonna kill this thing before I'm always a little paranoid that maybe they might be in the area and maybe I'll get level synced and maybe I'll just die, right? I'm always paranoid about it. Okay, so they're just forming up. So I'll customary salute. But yeah, since I'm only party member number 2, we got a while. We've got a while till we have to worry about forming up. So yeah, I'm gonna keep farming my undead out here. But I feel like no matter what it is in this game, whether it's trying to get your missions done or level up or, you know, get gil, fishing, whatever, I feel like many things in this game can feel literally impossible until you kind of have until you do a lot of research and you kind of figure out how things work and what your best options are, right? Like so much in this game can just feel impossible. And yeah, I see. Like, you know, that's something I've seen a lot with people that form up parties, is a lot of them, they grab like every DPS they can find, and then there's no healers, right? There's no healers, there's no tanks, and so it just never goes anywhere. I actually had that happen. I had a party invite as a black mage, and yeah, like the party was 4 out of 6, but we could not find a healer and we could not find a tank. So the party, it was just sorry for wasting everyone's time, and it just disbanded. Like I think I was in that party as it was forming for about a half hour. Before they just could not, you know, they realized they couldn't get any tank or healer. So yeah, I think if forming a party, it's probably best to start with a tank or healer, just because, you know, that's like, okay, we've got 1 out of 2 essentials, right? And then build from there. Oh, nice, Vexus. Just, oh man, I am in such a mood for some kind of like, there's so many good fast foods and all that here, and I'm kind of in the mood for it. But at the same time, in the refrigerator, we've got a package of chicken, right? We got 3 big chicken breasts in there, and I could make nuggets. I could make chicken schnitzel. Could just put it in the hot air oven and make some nice, you know, some nice roasted chicken. So many options, right? And we got potatoes I can make fries out of. Like we've got things, right? We have food, but man, I'm getting all the craving. And that's bad. I shouldn't eat so much fast food, all right? I should make my own fast food. Well, I guess though when I make my own, I can at least make it in a way that is slightly less bad for me. Oh, so let me check so what do we got in the party right now? Oh, 2 thieves! 2 thief/ninjas. Hey, that ain't bad. That ain't bad. Oh no, look, no other answers yet, or we'd be full. Oh man, we got AFKs. I don't know, Vexus, like, life is sort of a series of alternating moods, at least for me. And, you know, sometimes you're more lazy, sometimes you're really, really active and getting things done, but... yeah, it's just how it goes. And oh, hey, there's people out here now. I didn't even notice them. Then I'll cool it on the crabs. I'm not sure if they're doing crabs and pugils. Yeah, I don't know if they're doing crabs and pugils or just crabs. But either way, I'll cool it on those for now. So I'll go after that banshee over here. But in the meantime, yeah, I guess I'm also just waiting for the party to fill. Hey, I'm like 1k away from leveling up. That's nice. That's nice. I still have my I have my scroll of teleport Vasil. I'll use it when I level up, if I can. Right? I'll probably be level synced. Also, aside on foods, it kept getting suggested to me that, you know, try the Maltosh, but one of the fast food places we order from, they do offer that, but I don't know. I'm always, the thing is, whenever I go to order food, I'm always in a specific mood, right? Like, I definitely want pizza, or I definitely want a burger, or, you know, I kind of, like, usually when you order fast food, you already kind of have an idea of what you want, and that's kind of why you are ordering, because you have a craving, right? So it's like, it's never really the time, right? It's never the time. And yeah, true, you know, sometimes you just want someone else to make your nuggets. Try something different. Although, I gotta be honest, right? So between the chicken tendies and nuggets that I can make, and the things on offer from the many fast food joints around here, they're not bad, but honestly, like, I make better nuggets. Just straight up, I make better nuggets, right? They're better quality because we get better quality chicken. They taste better because I can season it exactly how I want. And I know how to make a really fine breading, right? So yeah, like, my nuggets just always come out better. Now fries, that's one, I usually make oven-cooked fries, because they're a little healthier. I can make really good fries, but fries is where, you know, like, obviously, you deep fry them, they're gonna come out delicious, right? So they got me beat on that one. See, that's the thing, right? Like, I don't write down recipes, I know how to make it, right? Like, I know how to make it, I know what to do, but I've never quantified it, right? I'd have to make I'd have to quantify that somehow. Also, it always changes just a little bit depending on the mood. Like, you know, sometimes I season the nuggets with, well, there's usually almost always salt, paprika, let's see, salt, paprika, a little bit of curry. That's usually a given. But, you know, sometimes add some red pepper flakes in there, add some habanero powder, or chili powder. Sometimes, instead of salt, I like to use soy sauce, actually, as kind of the salty thing, for a bit of a different taste, right? Like more soy sauce and curry flavored chicken nuggets. Oh yeah, sambal olek too. That is a really, really good seasoning. Or it's more of a sauce, really, but it's a little bit of that can make some really nice spicy nuggets. But yeah, like, my recipe is always changing just a little bit. Oh, we got cursed. And it's dead. Also, sorry if there's noise. It's garbage day. So yeah, there's trash trucks running, running around out there. True, I do marinate every now and then, but the problem is a good marinate. You have to, you gotta do that the day before, and I usually just tend to sort of plan things on the day, But I can do a really nice marinade with I don't know, any kind of good alcohol, really. Like I have several. I got some wine marinades that I can do. I've got I can work something pretty good with like, oh god, a whiskey or an apple. Oh, a good apple liquor, actually. A good apple liquor gives a really nice taste to chicken. But yeah, I do marinate every now and then. It's just kind of, you have to plan for it, right? Gotta make the plan. Oh, right, I can't warp. Oh, man, I was thinking, like, time to warp back. Right, I'm not using. Okay. I want to get back to Juno, though. So, what has a good recharge on it? Here we go. Warp Cudgel. I can use that. I feel like I should kind of hang back around town since they're getting more party members now. Wait, find member. Wait, how am I the lead? Wait a second. I'm the lead right now. Who invited me? Zach Blue. How am I lead? Let me warp back to town and then figure this out. Oh, walking is for suckers. Also, warp cudgels are like, they are just getting cheaper and cheaper, which is a good thing, I think. Yeah, okay, so it seems like the party leader poofed Zach Blue. I assume they got disconnected. Can I search him up? I'm always bad at searching. I'll give it a bit, I guess. I'm somehow party leader, though. And I usually love walking, but not if, like, I'm in a party and I thought we were a little closer to good to go. If the party leader comes back, then we'll have 5 out of 6, right? So I don't want to leave people waiting, right? Don't want to leave them hanging. Also, at this point, I have so many free or near free warp options. Like, the warp cudgel is so cheap, I consider it a free warp at this point. It doesn't cost conquest points like a warp scroll. But I mean, I have that. I have my treat staff too, right? That's on quite a cooldown, but I have it. So, okay, this is the party leader. Did we just lose them? Huh. Like, did we just lose them? So, okay, let's do full name in case it's very sensitive to that. Yeah, not sure what happened. Like, the party leader just left. Or he disconnected, he's just gone. So I assume he's having some connection issue, so I'm just like searching and hoping he comes back. And like, I am getting the name right? Yeah, Zach Blue. Okay. He just vanished. Yeah, so hoping they hoping they come back. The thing is, though, the party, like, so if he hadn't have gone, the party would have been 5 out of 6. You got a white mage, right? Like, so I mean, like, this is a Like, this is a good party that was forming, right? Like, a good party was forming here. Yeah, no, yeah, Q, like 10k per warp cudgel, consider this, right? It's got 30 charges on it. That is 30 warps, right? That's good. 30 warps for 10k is mighty fine. Like, the price per warp is great. Warp cudgels, when I first started playing and I could use a warp cudgel, they cost closer to like 20k, right? Like, they are half the value of what they used to be. So let's see. I'm just searching again. I'm bad at leading a party. I don't want to lead a party. I wanted to just go out and solo things and maybe do a little fishing. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, why I don't understand why you would just leave like that. That's why I'm assuming that he just got disconnected. Like, I've grouped up with people who have severe connection issues sometimes. Like, I assume it's that because, yeah, we were 5 out of 6 with healer and everything. I think one of the guys that left might have been a tank, so like, we had a good party ready to go. I don't see why you just leave on that as the party leader. So I can only assume that he's having issues, right? But yeah, but if he's gone for too much longer, I feel like the party's just gonna drop off, right? Yeah, I'm not a leader responsibility kind of guy. Well, especially not while I'm streaming, because I'm a little distracted, right? I'm very easily distracted, so it's a bad time for me to take on leader roles. Well, this is unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Huh, when did I get mithril ore? When did I get that? Oh yeah, right, well, oh yeah, I have a bunch of stuff from Fei Yin still. I'll just go down here and hit the auction house real quick. I'll keep, like, searching for this dude. Like, area. All areas. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah. Very unfortunate. Oh hey, that mithril ore, I got a bunch of it just killing, what was it, ore golems? I killed something in Fei Yin and it just dropped this. I assume the ore golems. Oh, I only have 3 to sell, so I'll just do that now. Though this reminds me, because this is just an ore, right? And a stack of this would go pretty well. Hey, for monies, I don't know. I've never tried gathering, but I hear from a lot of people that just running around even places like Gelspa and, harvesting lumber, that you can make like tens of thousands a gil, crazy gil, right? It's just a little tedious, I guess, but I don't know. I've never tried gathering. I don't even have a gatherer set. Oh no, the mad wife came in. Look, I know that one all too well. But yeah, I don't know. I'll give it another search when I'm done with the auction house, but I feel there might be a bust. Give it another quick search, yeah. So this is all areas, right? Yeah. Well, unfortunate. Yeah. Very, very unfortunate. Oh, look at that. My scroll of flood is still just sitting there. It's just sitting. And my scroll of water 3, but I don't really have high expectations from Water 3. Especially since the price seems to have gone down yet again. Man, the drop rate on those spells from Beadu, like there's a reason why those spells cost like 70 to, you know, well, they range from like 60k to 120k, and yeah, it's because they have like a 1% drop rate. And I farmed that shit with Treasure Hunter 1, right? I got all the rare scrolls with Treasure Hunter 1. So no, I'm taking that money and running to the bank with it. And I already have, like, I've got all the scrolls just, you know, hoarded away on my ult, just waiting to be used. I apologize for nothing. The gill is all mine. Well, if I can actually sell it, that is. I think people buy them. I mean, if you're a black mage, you buy them. So either that, or you do like me, and you go out and, you know, try to fight like 3 level 70 enemies at the same time that can cast like they can cast level 3 AoE spells. So yeah, fun, right? But that's how I got my scrolls. I mean, what I would do is, like, if we could get a thief with Treasure Hunter too, like, yeah, get together a party with the sole express purpose of getting scrolls for people, right? Like, you know, no greed rolling, like need before greed, right? That's what I could do. I mean, that's kind of what we did initially, right? Like, when I first went to Beadu with Lily to try farming the things, the slightly higher level things, yeah, that's kind of how we played it, right? Need before greed rolling on scrolls. But just by virtue of killing more of them faster, I kind of, yeah, I found more scrolls on my own. Really just because I went with the easier ones that have the slightly lower drop rate. But, you know, I was killing them much more frequently. So I think the real secret is just to kill the lower level ones with Treasure Hunter too. I think that's probably the way to go. Alright, well, I guess let me do gonna do one final search, if the dude's back or not. Nope, he's gone. He's just gone now. So yeah, so seems the leader is gone. Back to fish. Back to fish. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a little fishing in Kufum. I kinda wanna go for some squid, honestly. I mean, I'll give him a chance, right? There you go. I'll give him a chance, but I guess I'll go back. Yeah, I kind of want to get some fishing in or something, right? I don't know, fish a little bit. Yeah, I honestly, the white mage spells so far aren't nearly as bad, but man, black mage spells are so expensive. Like, and there's some that you have to buy too. Like, there's a lot of black mage spells that you just have to buy from vendors, and yeah, they cost like 20, 25, 30k. And then there's the super rare ones that you have to buy on the auction house or get yourself, and yeah, they're worth like, you know, 100k or whatever. Black mage is real expensive. Okay, well, I guess I didn't change my sub out. I'm still Beastmaster. Okay. Then I guess I'll You know, considering the enemies I'm fighting aren't really that hard, I guess I'll just go with the Hermit's Wand. Yeah, I'll go with the Hermit Wand, and, you know, that gives me a better interruption rate. I was just checking to see, like, a shield I could use. No good shield I can use. That's okay. Yeah, I do like Black Mage. Like, yeah, Black Mage is, I don't know, it's very satisfying. And don't get me wrong, I totally understand that Black Mage's actual damage is not quite as good as it seems. It's just really burst heavy, right? You know, like, you can burst out a large amount of damage very quickly, but, you know, I think that over time, a melee DPS would do more. It's just, the way the damage is delivered, and also, I mean, resistances are a thing, you know, like, some enemies are weaker to magic than physical. So depending on all of that, yeah, you know, Black Mage it falls in line with everything else. It's just, it feels good the way that you deal your damage, right? It has a good feel to it, and that's important. Oh, man. I mean, the thing is, right, is I've never done super long farm sessions. I do fish a lot, fair, right? I fish a lot, but I mean, there are other ways to make money that don't involve farming or fishing for several hours at a time. And you don't need to farm that much initially. Like, later on, yeah, you'll kind of need to do something for your money. But earlier on, like, even to the mid-levels, like, you just set, like, an hour, right? Set an hour aside to farm up some money, and you'll be good to go for a couple levels. But, I mean, also, yeah, you could do, like, BCNMs, you know, as soon as you can. I mean, I can solo the BCNM to get Astral Rings now. And, yeah, an Astral Ring, it still sells for, like, what, 80, 90k, something like that? And I can just do that, right? It's a less than 5-minute fight. Oh wait, I think I can actually do a playtime, right? I can actually see how much. Although that playtime would be very misleading, because to be fair, I do spend a lot of time just like, I've literally left the game running for several hours, like, frequently. Sometimes I'll just, like, sometimes what I'll do is, I'll put my party flag up, and then I'll go do, like, I'll literally step up and away from my PC, and I'll go make dinner, or, you know, I'll be doing something else in the house somewhere, and I just have it so that I can hear the ping if somebody sends me a tell or an invite. So the actual count of hours would be very misleading. But let me just see, like, what is my, what does the game say is my playtime? I know there's a button for that. There's a button for that somewhere in here. I forget where exactly, but I know there's a thing for it. Maybe status? Yeah, here we go, playtime. Total time played, 47 days, 5 hours, 26 minutes, and 35 seconds. Again, it is misleading, because, yeah, there is a lot of AFK time in there. Like, there's literally whole evenings AFK in there. So, a bit misleading. See, this is, but, like, this is why I hate, like, a playtime thing. Because, it's also counting the, you know, whole, like, half of days that I've been AFK in the game, right? It's counting that as time played, when, no, that's not really time played. That's time the game was running. Now, a lot of those hours are fishing, I guarantee you, but not that many. Like, I usually, when I go fishing, right? When I go fishing, like, on the, you know, the weekends that I don't play the game, or, you know, that I don't stream it, I fish for 2 hours max, right? Like, 2 hours a day, or I'll do, like, I'll either go fishing or I'll go partying, and, you know, I don't usually do both in the same day, but, yeah, I don't spend that long. The thing is, especially if I'm like, if what I'm doing on say a Saturday or Sunday is I'm partying up on Black Mage, right? So the thing is, I might join a party for about 2 to 4 hours, depending on how good it is, right? A really good party I'll stick around long with, but you know, like 2 or 3 is more average, right? The thing is, the game is also counting the 6 hours that I was just sitting AFK in Juno doing something else, right? It's counting that as time played. Sito, I think like, yeah, you're discounting just how many hours you can be AFK a day in this game. Like, yeah, like if I party up once per day, but it takes me like 4 to 6 hours to get a party. I've been playing on this server for several months, right? So like every day you're just adding in like maybe up to 6 hours AFK time, right? Like that adds up pretty fucking fast, actually. And yeah, I mean, also there's the streams too. Like I stream the game like, you know, not every day. Like the weekend we do something different, and I usually stream one other ancient MMO every week. But yeah, you know, like I do at least 4 days a week stream FF11 for, you know, what, like 5 to 7 hours depending. So yeah, that adds up pretty fast too. I do play a lot, but I guess I don't really play that many other games, to be honest. Like I play different games on the weekend, but personally, I actually, yeah, I don't really tend to play too many different games. Every now and then, but I don't really mix it up very often. I tend to be a kind of solitary game kind of guy a lot, but I have my moods about that. I like the game a lot. I like it a lot. I don't put this many hours into like Turtle WoW. I played Turtle WoW a little bit, like a very, very little bit yesterday, but yeah, like, I don't play other games this much. But I think the important thing is that A, there's a lot of downtime in this, so there's a lot of not actually at the PC time, and also the time that I have in it, I like it. I like this game a lot. It's very fun to me. You know, like this is, for me, it's a good use of time. I really enjoy it. Yeah, it's not like, for me, the problem would be, and I've seen this a lot, right, is, like, when I play, it's not like, oh man, I gotta, you know, oh, the next raid tier's dropping, I gotta farm this thing, and, you know, like, even when I farm, it's not things I necessarily need, it's things I want, right? And I could always just buy it in another way, in a roundabout way, by playing a little more casually and just over time getting the money. But it's not like, oh, you know, there's the weekly lockout, I have to play 30 hours or else, right? Like there's no arbitrary systems keeping me in the game or, you know, forcing me to spend time. None of that, right? Like it's just entirely time that I spent playing that I want to play, right? Doing what I want to do, too. Oh man, Baby Mario. Alright, well, I guess, I'm still... You know what? Let's mix it up, right? I just had a thought. I wonder, since there doesn't seem to be much demand for White Mage, what if I switch to Black Mage? Wouldn't it just be ironic if I get a party as a Black Mage instead? I mean, I'm trying to, I mean, actually, for the, like, for games that I have I know that by the time I quit Final Fantasy XIV, I had about 15,000 hours logged on it. But again, like, it's kind of a similar thing, but in a different way. Like, a lot of those, that game doesn't boot you out or anything for being AFK. So literally, I just kind of leave the game on even while, like, I just wouldn't turn it off, right? Like, I used to have a really bad habit of just leaving my PC on, just leaving it running forever and never rebooting it. So a lot of those hours were literally just leaving the PC on while I was sleeping or something. So again, like, the playtime was very misleading. I mean, also, I don't know, is this like, literally, I'm not really doing anything right now. I might as well be AFK. Is this playtime? The game says it is. Huh. But in the past, I mean, I've always enjoyed MMOs, and they're always, you know, they give you a lot to waste your time in. But I can think of single-player games I've put a lot of hours into. I mean, I have played the absolute hell out of Morrowind, yeah, Skyrim. Hell, at this point, I've actually put quite a few hours into Daggerfall. I love that. But, yeah, I don't really spread my time around with games as much anymore. I have one game I play a lot, and then I might every now and then boot something else up for maybe an hour tops, right? And that's just kind of that's how I live, right? Yeah, I actually didn't beat Morrowind until I played it a few years ago on the stream, and I beat it then. But I played the game a lot, I just never beat it until recently. Like, there's so much to do in Morrowind, right? There's so much to do. But honestly, I find that if I go back to an Elder Scrolls game now, I find Morrowind is actually a little hard for me to get into. And not because it's old, I actually kind of prefer Daggerfall if I'm gonna play an Elder Scrolls game now. And I didn't play Daggerfall until I played it for the stream the first time. But like Daggerfall, now that now that there's Daggerfall Unity, and it's got like a healthy modding community, and like, man, Daggerfall is great now. Like, it's really a favorite now. But I either play that or I play like Skyrim, right? And Skyrim, because it's just dumb fun, right? It's dumb fun that you don't have to think about too much. You can kind of turn your brain off while you're playing a fun open RPG. I guess for me, I kind of really liked the randomization aspect of it. And with Daggerfall Unity, there's a lot of things that kind of, like with Daggerfall Unity, there's actually an option you can tick to kind of shorten the dungeons. Like, it shortens the actual size and scope and scale of the dungeons to something a little more modern, right? So dungeons don't take you like 6 hours. But, though I often play with the original dungeons because I like that, but for me, I look at it as it's a making your own fun generator, right? Like, I'm the type of person that I make a character in a game like Daggerfall, and I don't want to say roleplay, but I really get into the character. I get into just immersing in the world, and I sort of just have a whole separate game going on in my imagination, right? So when the game gives me a random quest, I'm kind of generating a narrative, a personal narrative in my head to kind of string everything together, right? And for me, that's really fun. It's like a never-ending tabletop game almost. So I really like that. Again, you have to have the right mindset for it. Also, yeah, doing all the quests, having to do all the quests. That's why I sort of hate games like you know, when I play on Turtle WoW, and I hate feeling like I have to do all the quests, because that's not fun for me. But I feel like I have to. I prefer games where, I don't know, the quests are a little more hidden and you don't feel like you're missing out. Basically, I don't want to play a game that has glowing exclamation marks over every quest giver's head, because then I can see it and I know what I'm missing, and my brain won't allow me to miss that, right? But if there's quests and I just don't know about it, right? Like, they're not visible, then I can just pretend they don't exist, and I can only do the ones I want to do. Alright, well, man, I'm just gonna go back to Kufum Island, I guess. Maybe yeah, I kind of want to do a little fishing. So, to the Isle. To the Isle. I had wanted to do more, but yeah. Oh, also, this is also kind of reminding me about, had a little discussion with the wife, and one of the reasons that she will not play games like this, other than she doesn't really like the particular type of gameplay. Although I did suggest City of Heroes, since I think that's more action-y. I think she'd have fun with that, at least a little. But she has very interesting preconceptions about what an MMO is exactly, and I feel like a lot of it is sort of, I don't know, tropes perpetuated by really entrenched, addicted veteran players of games, of certain games, I should say. And then a lot of it is just an amalgamation of what other people what other people say about MMOs, right? Like, yeah, she seems to think that it's like, oh, an MMO, you have to join a guild and you have to play the game like it's your job. And I mean, there are certainly MMOs where that is the case, like specific ones, but it's usually a certain playstyle, right? Like if you want to raid an EverQuest, then yeah, right? But there's a lot to do in EverQuest that isn't raiding, right? I never raided an EverQuest and I loved it. Like, that's a really specific game and playstyle thing. And then she also thinks that, well, let's see. Oh yeah, that there's always these content cycles, and you have to keep playing in certain times to keep up with it, and like that's a super modern MMO thing, right? It's like in her head, all MMOs are this weird amalgamation of the worst parts of old school MMOs and the worst parts of like new MMOs and mobile games. And to her, it's all just a mishmash of all the bad. There's no separation there. I think a lot of people kind of have that idea too, because it's... I think veteran players of some of these games kind of give that impression off, right? It can happen. Oh man, Cito, wear a sweater. I've got a sweater on right now. I mean, the thing is, it's not that cold, so I'm wearing like I'm wearing just normal, like, you know, shorts and a t-shirt, but then I have a sweater on over it. Weird combo, but it works for me, all right? Also, yeah, Pepe, I mean, every now and then I like a more tightly designed game, but I don't know, I'm such a fan of a more open sandbox experience, but there's good and bad sandboxes, you know? Like, there's sandboxes that are just convoluted messes that aren't fun, which a lot of bad sandboxes devolve into that, but then there's the good ones, which this game borders into sandbox sometimes, but games like Daggerfall or whatever, right? Like there's lots of good open sandboxes. The thing is, I think to really enjoy a sandbox experience or a semi-sandbox, I think that you as a player have to have a really strong sense of imagination and a really strong sense of creating your own narrative and gameplay, like, in your head, right? Because that's what ties it all together for me. You know, when I play a game and it just kind of pops me out into an open world and doesn't give me any direction, and it's just make your own story, well, that's what I do. Like every rando quest that I get or every place I go, it becomes a narrative of my character's journey, and it all ties together in my head, right? And to me, that works better than, like, that is better than any story that you could feed me, right? What's in your head will always be better than whatever you're given, at least for someone like me. I guess I know some people, they just don't have that, so they kind of need direction, but yeah, I get more out of a more open, loose game. Yeah, see, for me, I always feel really fucking disappointed by professional writers. Every now and then they surprise and entertain me, right? But more often than not, like, what I have in my head, right? Like, what's going on in my imagination is so much better written. Like, it's more interesting to me, and it's more importantly, it's more personal to me, right? I think that's the key thing. It's more personal. You know, like the journey that I make is that's mine. All right, I'm not being fed it, and that's kind of what gives it a lot of importance. Not to say I'm not just down to enjoy a ride every now and then, right? I like it as much as anybody, but yeah, when I really want to sink my teeth in and waste tens of thousands of hours playing a game, the games that do that for me are the ones that let me kind of go wild with my imagination and give me a lot of fodder to do that, right? But to other people, that might just come off as there being nothing, right? Your mileage may vary. It's just one of those, right? Extreme mileage may vary. Like, when it comes to MMOs, I still have the absolute fondest memories of, so EverQuest, right? Now, I think most people would call EverQuest a kind of one of the first theme park style MMOs, right? But here's the thing, my fondest memories of EverQuest are not, I never raided or anything like that. Grouping was fun, but my fondest memories were more social or imagination related, right? Like, it's when you would be just sort of wandering around these big open zones and just create, like, you'd literally get lost in them, and you kind of create a narrative in your head of what's going on, and that would just run wild, and it would become an interesting story that would just stick in my mind, right? Getting lost in Kithakor, but, yeah, or let's say you go to a town, and, I mean, back in the day, people would actually roleplay and stuff, right? So, you could go into a tavern along the road, and there'd just be some players randomly in there, just kind of in character bantering with each other, and that would become a thing, right? And it would stand out in your mind, and like, those interactions are the ones that really stand out to me and kind of solidify it as a really great game and experience. But if you think about it, that really has nothing to do with the actual game or its mechanics, right? The game and the mechanics might support such things, like it might allow it to exist, because, you can get lost, you can wander around. There's a lot of fluff spells and things like that. There's lots to work with to fuel your imagination, but technically that's not game mechanics, right? But that's the stuff that stands out to me. Like, that's what made it special to me. But that's just how I work, right? That's how my brain does. Alright, okay, there's no lightning weather. I was just kind of doing a quick check, like, oh god, is there elementals? And yeah, I have nothing against a good single-player story-driven game. Hey, look, I love me some Final Fantasies, right? I love it, but I'm not against that type of game either. It's just I find the ones that really stand out are the ones that let me get a little loose, a little fast and loose, right? Now, for story, though, for story, some of the games that have stood out the absolute most in my brain, not RPGs, but adventure games. I think there's some really good adventure game stories when you go back, and even some of the weirder ones, like, Phantasmagoria 2 is still one of the most fucking deep plots I've ever played, where it's not clear what exactly is going on. Like, that was good times, and it's just a silly FMV adventure game, right? But it works, right? I don't know, I have my moods, the moods for different types of games take me sometimes, but I do find I just generally gravitate towards more open-ended, loose, sandbox-style games. I don't know, I have my limits to moon logic, but not all adventure games do that. Like, honestly, Phantasmagoria 2, wacky as it is, that actually has very little moon logic, and what little moon logic there is, the game is very limited in scope, so it's very easy to just brute force through the game. Like, it's not even time consuming, because your options are always very limited, so the game funnels you into certain choices, so you don't really have to worry about it in that game. Like, not all of them are that bad. And some adventure games even have, like, I've played ones that have puzzle difficulty. Like, one of the strangest games, like old school Sierra-esque games or LucasArts-esque games I've played. Oh god, what was it? It was Rex Nebular and the Cosmic Gender Bender. That game has an actual, like, puzzle difficulty. And if you set it to the easiest, all the moon logic is just gone. And it's a very streamlined, straightforward game. But if you set it to maximum difficulty, it's like Sierra logic, right? But I like that. You know, give you the choice, right? Pick your poison. Or, I mean, if you want a fun hybrid, I mean, there's always Harvester. Harvester's puzzles range from... There's a little moon logic, but again, Harvester it's open, but also your options are always fairly limited, so you can usually brute force eventually. But really, they're not that bad. There's a few moon logics that stand out, but mainly Harvester is okay for puzzles. Main problem with Harvester is that the second half of the game literally devolves into a fucking beat-em-up dungeon crawler. Because there's combat in Harvester. That's the main problem with that adventure game. Like, the whole second half of the game is just murdering your way through a giant labyrinth. But, you know, technically it does serve a narrative purpose. Technically. Oh yeah, I have no mouth and I must scream. That's when I actually tried to play that one with the wife, because she likes adventure games too. And, I got stuck, like, I couldn't make any progress. Like, the puzzles are pure moon logic. Like, I don't understand anything in that game. I could not beat any of the scenarios in that without a walkthrough. Like, I tried real hard too, but, no. Couldn't do it. I've never actually... I hear such good things about Monkey Island, but I've never actually played any Monkey Island games. I know they're sort of considered very classic adventure gaming, but yeah, that one I just missed it, right? The wife likes Monkey Island though. She likes that series. And hey there, Burn. Hey there. Just soloing and failing to get a party. Maybe gonna do a little fishing. Don't know. Oh, I got smashed! Ecto smashed! Oh hey, there's people over there leveling up, nice. Man, the day that a white mage needs to go slash Beastmaster because there's no parties, that's... oh man. I guess though it might just be that literally there's too many healers looking right now. Every now and then it happens where there's just a lot of healers looking and no DPS or anything. That happens sometimes. Very, very rarely, but it does happen. Oop, other Banshee spawned. I mean, I got my regen on, right? Let me slap some haste on, too. Maybe throw a little cure, too. Oh, burn. Funny enough, like, man, I wish there was a good place to stream them adult games, because there's actually some, like, there's some with actual proper game mechanics and proper stories, and they're actually interesting and well made. Like, there's actually a very few, but there's a very few that stand, like, they actually stand on their own as being good video games in their genre. Like, in, like, the action, RPG, adventure, whatever, right? They stand as good actual games that are also adult games. But unfortunately, there's no place to play such things these days. The Wild West of streaming's dead. But we had our fun back on Plex Storm. We had our fun there. R.I.P. Plex Storm. I still recommend highly Third Crisis or Claire's Quest. I recommend both. Very good actual games with interesting characters and plots. And also a whole lot of fucking. But beside the point. Man, I really wish we had a place to play stuff like that still. It was fun times. Oh, my leech died. Well then. I have to end this. Oh no. I'm hoping to get at least one scroll of escape. That would make it all worth it. Like 10k. Huh. I mean, how do you get away? How does one get away with streaming, you know, the games with the porn in them? Because yeah, like I don't know of any places that won't just bring the hammer down on you for that kind of thing. Ah, okay, that would be the way to do it. Yeah, you'd basically have to just play the game in advance and then kind of do a little editing magic and censor it all. The problem is, though, is that half of the fun of a stream is not just interacting, you know, with everyone, but it's also kind of figuring out a game together, right? Or, like, a decision comes up and, hey, guys, what do you want to do, right? Like, that's half the fun. And yeah, there was only, like, one site that would let you do that, and it is gone. The problem is a lot of these games, like both Third Crisis and Claire's Quest, and well, a lot of other games too. The various like succubus games, like Tower Sword of Succubus, Midnight Castle Succubus. They're good games. Like they're good retro style games. Like you could, I think they even have non-porn versions of those games, but Third Crisis and Claire's Quest don't have a non-porn version. And the sex actually it's both major plot elements, it's just featured so heavily, like you'd basically just be looking at a black screen most of the time. Yeah, you can't really get away with it there, but the games themselves are actually good, like they're legit good games. And I shit you not, especially Third Crisis, there's actually such good character writing that like this rivals just legit good mainstream RPGs, right? These characters are interesting. But yeah, you can't really do that sort of thing these days. Yeah, no, we can't have that. But yeah, we can play good wholesome games where people get dismembered, disemboweled, exploded into blood chunks. Oh no, that's good wholesome gaming right there. We can have detailed torture scenes. But you know, yeah, can't have them sex scenes. Unless it's very specific games from very specific studios, and then we just say that's okay for some reason. But you know. I miss the more Wild West days of streaming and videos in general. And Plexstorm specifically, that website, I felt like that website had a lot of promise for what it could have been, but, well, yeah. It had the promise, but things kept it down. I don't know. See, look, we keep saying, like, our video games art, I don't know, is all that gore art? Is sex art? I don't know. What is art? But, I don't know. So yeah, I wish there was a place to stream the fun games, but, I guess the only way you can really do that nowadays is it would have to be like just a Discord stream or something, right? You can get away with that on your Discord server. So I guess that would be about it, right? But who'd show up for that? I think I did actually, I did once. I think I played once or twice. A little of Third Crisis on Discord with a few people. Because again, the game is just interesting, and it's being updated. Like, it's still in the process of, like, it's a work in progress still. So they're always adding more stuff and more story. So it's like, okay, let's see what's going on. What's new? But yeah, I think for streaming anything and actually having people realize there's a stream happening, even, I feel like Discord just isn't really a great venue for that, you know? Mainly, it's just, yeah, it's the letting people even know there's anything going on, right? It's not as visible. Oh no, we're getting into the weird part of the internet again. It's happening. It's happening. Look, when we still lived on Mars, all right? Before we came here and colonized this flat grid Earth, right? Yeah, reproduction was entirely asexual, okay? We did it with our minds. We opened our third eyes and our chakras. Man, the internet is a wonderful, wonderful place with wonderful people. And yeah, Pepe, like, I mean, when I did stream Third Crisis, like, yeah, people did show up and everything, and like, I love to show people weird things, right, and, like, let's play stuff and hang out, right, I like to do that, but, yeah, it's really bad for kind of showcasing something, and I legit think that certain adult games, like, that are good actual video games, like, there's a lot of bad ones, and I don't play those. But the good ones, I feel like they're so buried under the mountain of trash that they need more showcasing. The problem is you can't showcase them, right? Like, nowhere will let you. That's the painful part of it. Like, I know for a fact when Plexstorm was still a thing. Okay, so when Plexstorm was still a thing, and that was a very small streaming site, but, you know, their whole thing was, it was a weird meeting of video game streaming like Twitch and just straight up adult content. So you literally would have titty streamers there, right? Like literally just people playing games while jerking it, right? Or tits out, whatever. it was that kind of site, right? But you'd also have people that would just play, like, they just want a place to play adult games and showcase them, right? And that's what I went there for. So I just played the games to showcase them. And when I did, my stream was actually like, I was like top 3 streams on that server, or on that site, mostly because it was so small, but like, a lot of eyes got on games like Third Crisis, and I like that, because those games deserve more eyes on them. But we don't really have anywhere like that anymore. I think it was a good concept. Like, I think the concept of Plex Storm was a good idea. I just, maybe the execution was bad, and also there was weird funding and drama issues. There was all kinds of weird stuff, right? But I feel like with a better, with someone else behind the helm, and with a bit better execution, I feel like the idea could work. I'm not sure what it would look like exactly, but I feel like there's a place for, like, there is some demand for that kind of thing. I mean, maybe they shouldn't have gone full-blown anything goes, like maybe just a site that is more lax on what you can stream, right? Like that might work out better, right? So you can stream more adult games or games that are unrated or whatever. But maybe let's not have literal titty streamers, right? Maybe not that. Oh yeah, that was the real kick in the ass there. Is several months after they had to shut down, they still had a Discord server where they were trying to get things back up and running. And they'd give updates every now and then. And the last update they gave, which was quite a while ago, was that they were working into some kind of NFT integration, right? Like, oh, we can save it with NFTs. And that was the last update ever. I think everybody just noped out when they saw those 3 letters in order, right? That's a big nope right there. So yeah, unfortunate. Alright, trying to get a little that MP back. Oh yeah, what's my EXP at? I wanted to do a little fishing, but I mean I'm actually kind of close to level 42 now. So yeah, if I can just get my level up, then yeah, that'd be great, right? I'll take a level up. Alright. Back to the grind. I still find it crazy that I'm having to do this as a white mage. Ugh. But I'm trying to think, like, I don't know, other than, well, to the adult, I'm trying to think what other games, like, you just can't really play on most platforms for reasons. I mean, Twitch in particular is pretty strict about things, but I know there's a lot of games that don't, like, they don't really, yeah, they don't border into adult content, and they're not even that bad, but they're just on the no playlist for reasons. I think a lot of games, it's just that they're unrated, right? And a lot of more independent titles that only ever got digitally released, like, yeah, a lot of those are going to be unrated, because, you know, they kind of have to be, but, you know, to see any kind of release, right? But that also kind of, yeah, that puts them on the old no play, you know, the no playlist, so. I mean, hell, I don't think you can even play the old school Leisure Suit Larry games on Twitch anymore. No, it's in a gray zone, I know that much. It's a maybe, maybe not. Yeah, like, Hatred is a weird one, because if, like, I own Hatred, I've played it through, and Hatred is, it's comical, like, it's not, I think people, the misconception is that it is some kind of horrible, you know, all the gamer words, school shooter fantasy game. And while it can certainly border into that, the tone of the game is just ridiculous. It's so over the top. It is very clearly not serious. Down to the game ending with, you know, fucking nuking everything, you know, punching in 666, right? Like, it is just nonsense. But it got a reputation, right? Like, it got a really, really rough initial bad reputation. And I guess that, you know, that just got it on a lot of no playlists. Yeah, like, it sounds like satire of an edgy mid-2000s teenager, right? Like, it sounds like a satire of that. And yeah, the game has some imagery to it, but even then, the actual graphics are, well, they leave a lot to be desired, so even that kind of falls flat. So it's one of those things where I have seen far worse games that are A-okay on Twitch, right? Like, I've seen much more violent games on Twitch. And much more realistic in their depictions of that violence and everything. But yeah, like, Hatred just sort of, it got a reputation, and that reputation just, yeah, it earned it a spot on the list. I think a lot of anime games are on the list too. Like, I know there's a lot of anime games that are, yeah, there's nothing really wrong with them, but they're on that list too. There we go, just getting a fresh pet. My god, the recent Mortal Kombat games, I mean, the very visceral violence is, it's honestly too much for me even. Like, that's too much for me. But yeah, that's A-okay. I don't know. I think it's all just very, very arbitrary, and that's the problem. It's very arbitrary and down to someone's very particular moralities and sensibilities. See, that's probably the issue. Yeah, we gotta keep the advertisers happy. Look, as long as you can sell Coca-Cola, alright? As long as no one throws a fit, and you can sell Coca-Cola, everything is fine. We just live in another cola-based society. Ooh, got some lumen cloth. Nice. Total aside, that reminds me that I need to... I never got around to playing through the other two Journeyman Project games. There's 3 of them, it's a trilogy, and I love the first one, I played the hell out of it, but I've never played the second or third game. Gotta get around to that sometime. if I'll get more divine EXP. Yeah, I will. There we go. Gotta practice it. Oh man, I'm getting very close to that level up. Very close. I really didn't intend to get like a full level just white mage soloing. I didn't intend on that, but it's just how it's having to happen. Like we're here now. It's what we're doing. I don't know. This is like I've never had this happen. Like every time, normally when I switch to white mage, I literally get party invites before I manage to leave my Mog house. That's what's normal for me. Or if I plan on doing something, I get an invite before I can leave Juno, right? That's normally what goes down when I switch to white mage and put my party flag. This is so unusual for me. I don't get it. Like, is there just a huge glut of healers online right now? I guess it could be that. Oh, look, all the Acrophies. All of them. Let me just charm. Okay, back under control. So I'm thinking, okay, I'll hit level 42, memorize my scroll, and then, I don't know, I'll catch some giant squids, since we're literally right at the fishing spot for giant squids, so why not? I wonder how many, like, I guess first off, how many people are in this area right now? Just curious. 16. Like, look, there's, you know, people out and about partying, and I think they're doing it at all level ranges too. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Oh, too low. Too low. Blowbats will do. They still just look like Zubat. Well, okay, no. Zubat doesn't have eyes. A little more, what's the other? Golbat. Except Golbat also doesn't have eyes, right? I don't know, but they just remind me of that. Something about them just hits that spot. Yeah, the squids are they're very high. It's just, for me, they're a good alternative to the Grimonite. Or trying my luck at Black Souls, right? It's just a good little alternative. Oh, a Crobat. I always forget about Crobat. Oh no, just AI streamer. I mean, look, you can already have an AI girlfriend, so why not an AI streamer too? I'm gonna be honest, a lot of it's something that happens, I think, more with the larger streams. I think smaller streams like this, you can get really personal with people and have like proper human conversations like a human being. But I think especially for the really large streams, a lot of them just kind of seem almost automated already. Like, just in the sense that it's not very personal, because it can't be, and, you know, to me it's like you might as well just watch a video, but I feel like a lot of those very large streams, you could probably just replace that with AI as it gets better, right? I highly doubt anyone would actually notice, so, yeah. But I think the problem there is more that it would be easier because they're so impersonal, right? There's not really much expectation, so you could get away with things being a little weird, right? A little out of place. Yeah, the afro is just moving on its own, right? But no, I think your average large streamer, you could probably replace them with an AI and it wouldn't really change too much. And that's just because, yeah, when it's that large, yeah, you can't have actual conversation or anything. You know, things can't get very personal. How many more of these crabs I gotta kill? I should kill something a little bigger. Then again, the crabs are easy. They're easy cannon fodder, right? Like, one crab after another, pick them off. Bring them all at me, they die so fast. Though I just had a thought, man, it'd be great if you had AI streamer or AI YouTuber or whatever, and if it just gets like, you know, it just tends to get broken every now and then, and it's just they just get stuck, you know, saying like and subscribe, and that's just all they can say, and it just like they get caught in a like and subscribe loop, and half the viewers wouldn't even notice. Oh man, AI Jesus, you need it. I think we all need more AI Jesus. I don't know, it is at times a little terrifying that we're kind of crossing the threshold into having no idea what is or is not real anymore. If you care about that sort of thing, slightly terrifying. But you know, we're there now. We don't get all the other cool dystopian fiction shit, right? Like we don't, you know, we don't even get Terminators, right? Like at least they're cool. Well, no, it's just lines of code. That's no fun. Like we're, you know, like hey, look, we don't even get the Matrix, as dystopian as that is. I mean, hey, at least it's cool, right? Like, we get all the shit parts, but none of the cool parts of the sci-fi. Where's my cyborg body with machine gun hands? I don't get that. I just get ads all the time. Oh no. Oh, the spider goats. Alright, I'm very close to leveling. I'm trying to not have to stop and rest. That's the, like, see, that's the main thing. That's what'll slow me down, is if I have to stop and rest. So I'm just, yeah, I'm basically just playing the game like a Beastmaster right now. So making easy enemies fight easy enemies, and I'm not casting any of my spells. I'm not really doing anything. I'm just kind of, yeah, just trying to keep a good pace, right? That's the main thing. Keeping pace. Wait, why can't I charm this? What's going on here? Unable to use job ability. Oh, right. What am I thinking? I already have a... What am I thinking? Brain. Alright, but I don't want to fight the Acrophies. They're a little tougher. I mean, then again, they're a little tougher, but they give more EXP. I think one Acrophies might do it, so, sure, why not? Let's get in there. Just maybe paralyze it so it, there we go. So it maybe doesn't get its acid mist thing off that lowers our damage a lot. That's really nasty. Oh no, brains in jars! Making jar heads over there. I know all about those. It's all a hybrid operation the whole time. You gotta burn it all down. And then Sito's holographic projection fails, and he's just Mac. He's just Mac. Oh, there we go. Boom, level 42. Man. Yeah, I didn't plan for that one. Okay, teleport Vazel. Yay, I got all the teleports now. Let me just auto sort my spell inventory. So yeah, I've got all 6 teleports now. The 3 basic ones, then the jungle, the desert, and up in the north. Nice. It doesn't really benefit me very much as a white mage, you know, because, like, I can't do a whole lot in those areas as a white mage. That's kind of the problem, isn't it? I guess I could... Oh yeah, I guess I could... Teleport Altepa would actually help me, because I usually teleport to the I usually take the outpost to eastern Altepa, and then I walk up north to the teleport crystal, and I buy my chocobo. And then I go to town. So it would basically save me the step of warping to the outpost and walking to the chocobo. It just put me right there. And then I could go to Rabeo. So, okay, that's a bit of a time saver, but the jungle one, not so much. And the Northlands, I mean, yeah, what am I gonna do with that? But hey, I got them all. I got them. Well, I mean, Sito, I guess, you know, neurodegenerative conditions, a lofty goal, although also it could be jarheads. I'm just saying, it could be jarheads. Alright, well, okay, I got level 42. I'm no safety XP, don't really need it. I'm a white mage. If I get in a party, everything will be fine. And I don't really do any dangerous soloing on my own. So, yeah, let's go ahead and switch into that old fishing gear. So, been a little bit. I have not even tried to catch these fish in a while. I'm trying to remember what the correct tools to catch the fish are exactly. I think it's a composite and a minnow, but I gotta check that real quick. I'm actually not 100% sure. So, I'm just gonna pop open my handy dandy fish guide real quick. Gigant squid. That's what I'm going for. So, gigant squid. Slice of cod is ideal, but the minnow is the other thing that works. Alright. So yeah, this isn't really ideal bait, but it's good enough. it's hopefully good enough, right? Hopefully. Alright, let's see if I can catch a giant squid. A giant squid or 2 or 3 or 500. Also, hey there, Riggs. Oh, I just noticed I still have this acrophys with me. I'd like to get rid of it before I actually settle in for a little fishing, because, you know, I don't want to get smacked while I'm fishing. That doesn't feel great. So I'm just gonna lure my leech way over here. Yeah, just have him settle down right there. As long as you are 30 or more away, when the charm breaks, it won't aggro. Which, hey, that is a handy-dandy trick to any Beastmasters, is, yeah, if you don't have the leave command yet, which is a /Beastmaster, that takes a long time. But when you don't have it, yeah, you just get 30, I guess what is the measurement? Is it yalms here too? I don't know. You get 30 away, and yeah, decharming doesn't cause aggro too. I gotta find a good spot. None of these spots are not really doing it for me. It's very limited where exactly you can fish. Like, is he literally standing on the fishing spot here? Huh. There we go. We got it. We got it. Took a little while to find a good place. These cliffs are really particular about where they let you stand. Oh, cone calamari. Look how fast that fish is up. But yeah, it's a small fish, big rod. But yeah, I just noticed I always notice it when I go fishing here, and I always have to correct it. Set world 2. There we go. Yeah, you can't even see the tower at the default draw distance. More cone calamari, which I don't think they sell bad or anything. It's just, yeah, not what I'm here for. Like, it's still fish all the same, but squid, that's what I want. Now, I think if I use the live bait to catch these giant squids, I'm pretty sure if I use the live bait, I'd have better results, right? Like, I'd get more of the squid. I think anyway. Could be wrong about that. Oh hey, I got a blue tail. Not what I wanted, but I got a blue tail. I always forget there is a little chance of blue tail with that minnow, even using the composite rod. Random item. I like to pull the random items up because every now and then they're actually something I want. Like, okay, copper rings. I can actually use copper rings with, you know, with a lightning crystal. I can break it down into copper ingots. It's not really the best recipe. It's just kind of free for me to do. And that'll level goldsmithing up to 5. So hey, that's a use for it, right? And too small. Yeah, this is the large rod problem. All too familiar with that one. But yeah, there's always just a slight chance of getting, you know, you'll catch a small fish, sometimes you'll get it, sometimes you won't, but I find it's like you lose half your fish, right? You lose about half your fish. That's why I'm not catching black soul right now. Like, a black soul is a good fish, it's easy as hell to fish, But the problem is I have to use a composite because I don't have Liu Shang's. And yeah, you lose about half of your black souls. You still catch them, you can still level up on them. It's just not really practical or efficient to do so. I'll do it if I have to, but I'd rather not. But I think there will come a time where I have to, because so even if I get like the proper bait for the gigant squid, that only takes me up to 91. My effective level for what I can fish would be up to 15 levels higher. So for me, that would be what? I'm trying to think. That'd be 100. That'd be over 100. It'd be like 106. Right? I think I'd be able to catch armored Pisces, but only barely, and I might get line snaps with that low skill. So yeah, I may have to fish Black Soul at some point. Okay, there we go. Giant squid. Oh, that moat carp. I haven't even started the quest for the moat carp yet. But I may need to. I mean, it might be a good idea to at least start the quest so that when I feel like it, I can just go catch some forest and moat carp, right? Just every now and then slowly whittle away at it. Oh yeah, I mean, I have made good gill clamming, all right? I've got that clamming, I have the swimsuit, right? Got the gear for it. But yeah, clamming, I've had runs of clamming where I've gotten multiple ox blood before. And that sells for 13k to an NPC, just straight out, right? And I've had runs of clamming where I get multiples of those. But even without it, like, clamming is pretty good. It's always profitable. Like, as long as you don't completely fuck it up, it's always profitable to some degree. And sometimes it's really profitable. Now, the sunbreeze... Now, okay, my understanding about clamming is you don't need the swimsuit to do clamming, right? Like, I mean, of course, I clammed without the suit to start, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. But yeah, my understanding is that the gear for it just kind of... It helps you to get better results. It helps to make the minigame smoother. And oh, my fishing is up to 82, if I remember right. Let me check, it's been a little bit. Yeah, 82. I'm a couple of skill points into 82. Giant squid isn't really what I normally catch. It's just, I was out here doing a little soloing as a white mage anyway. So I thought, why not, right? Why not? Let's do a little fishing while we're here. Oh, 69. I'm trying to think, like 69, the effective level would be 15 higher than that. So, well, actually, no, that one's easy. At that level, I would have just been doing Tavnasian goby. Like, Tavnasian goby is just, it's a solid fish. Like, that fish is real good. It sells good. It has a huge fishing pool. The catch rate is amazing. You're just printing gill when you catch gobies. So I pretty much did that all the way up to the maximum, which was 75. And that's when fishing got a little more challenging for me. That's when my options got a little more limited. But Tavnasian goby all the way. The only catch is you have to have access to Lufei's meadows. That's the catch. And yeah, I'm kind of hovering over the ground. This is a really awkward spot, but the game let me fish here, so that's where I'm gonna fish. And also, yeah, it does seem a little unfair that, you know, the game kind of locks you out of the, you know, doing the clamming to the best of your ability unless you get the gear. But I mean, it's kind of the same with any seasonal event, isn't it? I mean, if you don't, you know, if if you aren't around for the Halloween event, then you don't get the treat staff too, right? You don't just get a perma 1 warp per day item, right? And that's huge. Like, a free warp every day is huge. I mean, that's just kind of the nature of it, right? And I mean, at the very least, they're seasonal, so hey, you know, next summer, right? There's always next summer, there's always next Halloween. I mean, I'm sure they'll mix it up, but you'll probably be able to, at some point, get the gear again, just seasonally, right? Oh, Sito, artificial... Well, I don't know, like, clamming is such an... You know, that is such an out-of-the-way activity. Like, it's a total side activity that isn't necessary to anything, right? So I'm okay with there being a seasonal outfit for that gives you a little bonus. To be blunt, I'm not even really sure what exactly the bikini does. Like, I'm not sure in what way it actually improves results or anything. Or for that matter, how much, right? Like, how much of a change it makes. It's all just... I don't know. But the treat staff too, that's a good one, right? That's one that I, like, one of the first things I did when I made my secret off-stream character that's currently my extra bank, right? The first thing I did was I did the trick-or-treating to get a treat staff too, because if I ever actually want to play that character more seriously, you bet your ass I want a treat staff too, right? I want that free warp home. But I think it's okay to have items that, yeah, you want them, they're good, but they're not like, you know, they're not critical, they're not game-breaking, they're good items you want. So hey, try again next year, right? But they're not, yeah, like, they're not critical or anything. Like, I like the bikini, that one bikini part that lets you teleport back to Purgo Norgo Island. Like, for me, that's great, because, hey, I can just teleport straight to the clamming spot, right? Awesome. But, you know, is that necessary? No, you can get your ass down to Babiki Bay, and you can ride the ferry to the island like anyone else, right? It's not like there's no way to get there without it. It's just, it's things that are nice to have, but if you don't, it's no problem, it's not a big thing. And I think that's about the right way to do seasonal event stuff. So you don't, yeah, like you don't necessarily feel like you're completely out in the cold, but hey, you know, like look forward to catching the next event, right? That was sort of the problem that I had with FF14's events, and a lot of games' events. A lot of games, they have completely superfluous cosmetic items as the reward for doing a seasonal thing, and unless you're super into cosmetics, it's basically no reward, like no real reward, nothing tangible, nothing with a practical gameplay effect at all. And for me, I like to have something with a gameplay effect as my reward. You know, even if it's a very small effect. I mean, I think the thing about clamming is that the amount of gil that you can make clamming, it's incredibly RNG dependent. It's kind of, I mean, it's the same principle as when I go to Biadiu and I farm level 70 Quidavs for those spells that can sell for like 100k, right? They've got like a 1% drop chance. You know, if I have a bad day, I could literally farm all day long and not get anything, right? Or I could get super lucky and all the scrolls drop and I make like 400k in one trip, right? Like, but it's RNG, and that's not, like, you can't rely on that. So I think the thing about clamming is it's super variable, you know? Something like, say, fishing. Fishing is very dependable. Like, when you use the correct rod and the correct bait in the correct place, as long as the area isn't overfished, fishing is incredibly static. Like, you can pretty much guess exactly how much money you are going to make in one sitting. And that's kind of the benefit of it, right? That's the benefit of a lot of activities in the game. Like, if I go and farm beehive chips or hare meat, those are super common drops. So it's dependable as to how much money, roughly, I will make in a certain amount of time. And I think the game is all about that. It's about many things where you either choose the high variable, but, this could go badly or it could go really good. You either choose that, or you choose the low variable, static income, right? Yeah, I think last I checked, giant squid was down to like 3k, but 3k per fish is still really good. Like, honestly, right? 3k for a single catch is good. It's just, at least with what I'm using, I'm just not catching many squid. I mean, I am getting some bluetail and calamaris too, and they might be worth, well, the bluetail is worth something, but not sure about the calamari. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, oxblood is a very, very, very rare item, though. That's the thing. Like, I've had times clamming where I got oxblood twice, right? Awesome. I've had literal evenings, like multiple days go by, where I would clam a bit, like maybe an hour of clamming, right? And I do it multiple days, and no oxblood. So, again, it's just pure RNG. Like, there's no chance I'm gonna fish up something crazy valuable here. But there's no chance I'm just gonna get nothing either. Like, even though the squid is a bit on the rarer side, like, no, I'm gonna catch squid here. I'm going to catch bluetails. I'm going to catch calamaris. Like, there's no variable there. It will happen. I think it's just a balancing act of what what you prefer and what your personal limits for frustration are. Oh, they removed those. I mean, I don't think you really need that, per se. Oh, hey, we got another big one. We got another squid. Alright, 2 squid. Yeah, that's pretty much how I did it. Like, I maxed out on bluetail, because bluetail is awesome. Then I maxed out on... Well, I got as high as I needed to get with crescent fish, so that I could catch Tavnasian gobies. And then I did those until I maxed out. And now, yeah, now it's... My real main fish is Grimonite. I'm just here because I was on Kufum Island anyway, so I figured why not. That said, you know what you can fish for a lot of money? Now, I don't know if it's devalued, but it was going for 10k. The Norg shell at the Grimonite pool. So there's 2 items that are super common. Like, if you fish up an item, you will fish up a Norg shell and a damp scroll. The damp scroll is worth about 2k. Last I was selling it, the Norg shell is worth 10,000 gil in one catch. Like, 2 on the auction house, of course, but people buy it frequently. And it's a common, like, this isn't a rare item. This is, if you get an item catch, it's going to be a damp scroll or a Norg shell. Sometimes kelp, but, like, you're gonna get a shell. So, yeah, there you go, easy 10k. Like, there's good items to be had fishing still. Plenty of good items still. Oh yeah, and the crescents, East Saruta, though, you kind of have to fish during off hours like now, because during more populated hours, the crescent fish hole next to Windurst is just packed. It's like the Grimonite fishing hole. It's, you know, during peak hours it is completely overfished. Because crescent fish, for that skill range, they are the best thing you can catch. But if you can fish during more off hours, it's fine. Like, I did crescent fish there during these off hours, and it was okay. Like, a lot of fishing does depend on when exactly you fish, right? Oh yeah, the other option is Dragon's Eyrie. I've never fished there before. I've never even been in that zone. But that is an option. It's just really dangerous to get there. But I think once you're there, you're okay, I think. It's just one of those cases where people are lazy, so they're probably gonna fish right next to Windurst instead of going, you know, through a dungeon, like two layers deep in a dungeon. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the general rule, right? Like, general rule of fishing, unless you're like 75 and ready for it, just don't catch the monster. Is there even a reason to catch? I've always wondered that. Like, is there a reason to ever catch the monster? Does the monster ever have anything good? Because my experience is that the monster is just a generic enemy that has nothing of value. I think in some zones there's maybe a chance of an NM, but outside of that, like, I don't think there's any reason. Ooh, devil mantas. Haven't heard of that one. Huh. Okay, I guess I might actually want to try catching some monsters then. I guess most of the early monsters that I fished up just to see what it was, like, yeah, they were just generic monsters that had nothing of value. You know, generic crab, right? Ah, okay. Huh. Well, yeah, I'll have to try that one out. I guess I just assumed, right? I fished up a couple of just bland ones, and I assumed it was all nothing. I guess I assumed, if anything, it was just sort of an AFK checker, like, you know, to see if you're paying attention and at the keyboard, you know? I just figured it was that, right? And nothing more than that. Hey, look at that! Got a skill point. Nice. Alright, but I got my level up. I got that. I can't believe I've gone this whole stream with my flag up and nothing. Just nothing. It's unbelievable. I mean, there was that one party that tried to get forming, and it's weird. The party was basically good to go. And then the leader just kind of left and didn't come back. Like, that was a weird one. I don't really, yeah, I don't get why the guy, he literally formed a mostly functional party, except we needed one more. But he just left. I mean, maybe, you know, maybe his power died. I don't know, right? Things happen, but it felt like he just left. Oh my god, I actually got sleep good. Oh my god, 60 seconds. 60 seconds of sleep. See, I run into this problem a little harder when I fight Sapphire Quadavs in Beadieu. Like here, 60 seconds is bad, but it's not that bad. When you fight Sapphire Quadavs, they love to do sleep Gatu, and that shit'll put your ass to sleep for like 2 full minutes. So you're just sitting there for 2 minutes while your pet gets wailed on. Or worse, it sleep Gatus you, and you're in spell range, and then it heats up a nice, like, you know, a nice level 3 AoE spell, right? Extra fun. I don't know. I'm not really wanting to play Beastmaster in the moment. Like my Beastmaster's 75, right? I mainly just use my Beastmaster at this point for completing quests, for helping other people out, for farming. I don't really party up with it too much anymore. I like the gameplay, it's just I'm a little more interested in either White Mage or Black Mage right now, because I like the gameplay of White Mage and I like the gameplay of Black Mage, so I'm kind of focusing on those. Like, if I get a group as a DPS, I'd rather do it as a Black Mage. Just kind of what I'm in the mood for right now. I think that's sort of how it goes with playing different classes in the game, is I have moods, and yeah, I'm in the mage, I'm in the spellcaster mood. I only get regen on. Oh, that'd be great. Get slept, and then they just run to max range to cast. Yeah, I gotta say, I can't wait for the Treasures of Odd-Urgen stuff, because, I mean, I still have a lot to do with what's here, but I never had a character that was high enough level on Eden to partake of any of the Treasures of Odd-Urgen stuff. So, like, I never went there, I never unlocked any of the classes, I never even saw it. So I'm actually very interested just to kind of experience the content and see the zones, right? Like, I just want to go on a sightseeing tour there. But, because, like, for me, it's kind of the same deal when I did the Prometheans and I got access to Lufay's Meadows and all that. Like, it was, for a while, I just sort of explored around because it's an area I had never seen in this game before. And hell, in the normal game, there's a lot of areas that I've just never seen before. So, I just get really into kind of exploring that out, you know? Hold up. Charm! There we go. I gotta get control there. And put regen back on. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm interested for some more, I don't know, complex or just interesting enemies. And, well, exploring more places, but that'll do that for me. That health's it's getting a little low there. Uh-oh, Blizzaga incoming. I really should silence him. I really should. Can I do that real quick? Can we not have spells, please? There we go. Also, definitely a wise choice to, instead of using my best wand with the best int and mind, yeah, I'm just using the Hermit's wand, because 25% spell interruption rate. Honestly, that's working out pretty good for me. I mean, actually, I have a whole set, like, I have a whole set of anti-interruption gear. Right, like I have, I think 2 more pieces that help with interrupt. I don't think I need it per se. I think we're okay. Oh right, low health. right, yeah, health aggro. Gotta be wary of that. Always forget. Always forget. I don't want to aggro the white over there, so I'm just staying right back here. Do I want to throw in a banish too? I don't know. I don't know. Banish 1. How about that? I'm also just kind of waiting for my health to tick up so I'm not in the yellow anymore. Alright. We're getting there. Okay, throw a banish 2 out. That should just kill it. And yeah, there comes the other one. There he comes. Ooh, nice, nice. I gotta say, I actually kind of enjoyed farming for my spells in Beadu. Like, it actually felt rather rewarding to kind of farm for my Black Mage spells myself, right? I mean, it helps that they're super fucking valuable, right? So now I'm just farming them for cash, but, you know, once I got all mine, but, it's very rewarding to kind of earn your spells. Yeah, I got all the water ones. I got all of them. I even got some extras. I still, I have a scroll of, Flood. Yeah, I have a scroll of Flood up on the auction house for over 60k. Just waiting for that to sell. Like, man, the water ones are so fucking expensive. Like, yeah, Waterga 2, I thought that was expensive at 70k. Waterga 3 was, it can go up to 120k. Like, that one was, man, I'm very happy that I found it. I'm very happy I got lucky. Oh man, Zone to Waterga 2, oh. That's the worst. I mean, I think I lost a scroll of water 4. Yeah, I had duplicates, so I actually lost 1 scroll of water 4. And yeah, that's another one of those like 60 or 70k spells right there. That didn't feel very good, gotta say. I mean, I don't know, like, leveling up is earning being more powerful, right? Like, what you earn for leveling up is you earn more health, more MP, you hit enemies harder, you don't get hit as hard from the same level enemies. That's what you earn from leveling up, and I think that's a big enough reward on its own. But no, if you want those big hard-hitting spells, you gotta go out and really earn them. You gotta work it. And it does feel good to farm your own spells, it honestly does. A little bullshit sometimes, but still fun. That said, I think Beadu is just sort of my farming spot of choice now. Oh hey look, I got a tractor scroll. I have it already, but I think tractor sells for a few thousand still, so I'm holding on to it. But yeah, I think what I like about farming enemies in Beadu, other than it's honestly kind of a rush to fight like 3 enemies at the same time, but you can win it. and one of them can just AoE, like massive AoEs that can just two-shot a 75, right? It's a bit of a rush to fight enemies like that. It's not really hard because I have the damage and everything to kill them. But it's fun, right? But it's that, and the areas that you have to fight them, they're almost all in the afflictors. There's the mutes and the, you know, those statues, right? The mute and the afflictor. So almost all the Quidovs are just standing in the radius of the afflictor, which if you go into it without getting muted first, it curses you, and not like a little curse, an intense curse. Like, I have 1,200 HP normally, and it drops me down to like 200 HP total. And I'm just stuck like that for about 2 minutes. And that's where you gotta fight them, right? So it can get a little hectic if you... Like, you always have to be aware of how much time is left on mute. You know, like how long you're silenced, right? You always have to be mindful of that, and if you lose it, then you might have to run through one of the afflictors, just take the curse, right? Yeah, again, the way to do it, ideally, would be to silence the Sapphire Quidovs, but the main thing is, I feel like it would be very difficult to solo the Quidovs as anything other than a pet class, and whether you're a summoner or a beastmaster, yeah, you wouldn't really be able to silence, you know? So, options, like, so options are limited. As a pet class soloing it, I have to get casted on. Like, I can't do anything. They're gonna sleep ga, they're gonna poison ga too, they're going to, like, you know, arrow ga 3 you. It's gonna happen. But I just have the pet try to take it all for me as much as possible. That said, I would totally like to, yeah, like, have a thief along with me, or... I feel like it would be fun to duo, because the EXP isn't bad. It's actually really not bad EXP. I've already made almost a full merit there, so yeah, EXP ain't bad, the raw gil isn't bad. With a good thief, the loot drops wouldn't be as terrible. I feel like it would be a fun area to, yeah, to just kind of small, you know, small party farm, right? I have not done Astrosia for the arrow spells yet, but I looked up some of the other spells because I was worried about them. And the thing is, the arrow spells are actually not that expensive. Like, the water spells are the expensive ones, but I looked up some of the arrow spells and arrow gusp, and like they're not so bad actually. So I may end up just buying them if they're cheap enough, but okay, I didn't look at Arrow 4, but like I guess the tier 3, right? The tier 3s weren't bad. They were more normal spell price. So Arrow 4, okay. Yeah, then I might farm that one up too. Might go for that as well. Like, the only reason that I went for Biadieu was because I needed Water Gatu, right? Like, I really needed Water Gatu. The other spells, I figured while I'm there I'll just keep going, but I don't need them for a real long time. And I won't need Arrow 4 for a real long time either. So I'm kinda, you know, that can wait, that can wait. I'm also trying to think what the challenge of fighting the Yagudo would be. Like, the Yagudo that you're gonna have to fight there to get that. I'm wondering if, yeah, if they have any nasty AoEs or what their deal is. I feel like after fighting Sapphire Quidovs, I feel like I can fight anything. If I can take that, I can take anything. I mean, yeah, I'd be down to duo it sometime. I would. Though, I guess now it's kind of, you know, we're about at the time I usually stop, although I'll go a bit longer, maybe an hour longer, up to. I guess I should put my party flag down, but yeah, not really good enough time to farm anything, even. But I'd be down sometime, maybe later today. I would like to, after maybe dinner and everything, to try to get into a party again, but I don't know. Oh, I think pet going down. Yep, pet went down. Charm Acrophes. Yeah, the hubris, the hubris. I don't know, it's just like, look, I look at it like this. The challenge of fighting Sapphire Quidovs is you have to fight like 3 level 70s at the same time. One of them is a big spellcaster, like big, strong, hard-hitting AoEs that are super hard to avoid. Like, you really gotta kind of duck in and out of combat. So I feel like if I can handle that, there's probably nothing else level appropriate that I can't handle. Probably. Like, I feel like that's on the worse end of things. But maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. And, hey there, Nebula, or Nebulae. Oh, there's a cat. A cat. The timing. Cat just came in squeaking at me. Let me Kursna myself. If I have the, do I have the MP to Kursna? I do. There we go. Curse be gone. Curse be gone. And no dead bird this time. But she is kind of looking at me with expectations. And looking at the food dish. Oh yeah, I mean, I've soloed some of the pot enemies in Sky, but I didn't find that their loot was particularly good. The sprinklers, right? I soloed some of them. They dropped some spell scrolls, but all the like literally high-end rare spell scrolls that were only worth 1.5k. Trash. But maybe there's something better, I don't know. And also now the other cat has been activated. Oh. Well, hey, oh man, I wanna answer that one, but the cats are being demanding. They're being so demanding. Let me warp out to Juno at least, so I don't have to worry about my pet here, just, you know, flipping on me. No, and I'll handle the cats in a sec. But hey, I'm playing this game more here now than I used to. Back in the day, I played a little, but I never got really too far. Going all the way now here on Horizon. But okay, let me warp out of here. Again, I don't want my pet to flip on me. Oh shit, right, I don't have warp because I'm /Beastmaster. I am so used to I've been playing Black Mage a lot. You know, when you Black Mage so much, you always have warp, right? So you get used to it. Oh, this demanding cat. Oh. But he has to wait a moment because I need to get to safety. Do I have a warp cudgel or anything? My warp cudgel's up again. Yeah, I can use that. Warp cudgels are only 10k right now, so I'm cool to burn through them. Let me see if I can appease the pet with some, you know, give him some pets, right? Let me make him happy for a few seconds. Yep, those adorable meows. He's literally sitting in front of the food dish. He's just sitting there and looking at it and then looking at me. He's very, honestly, he can seem dumb sometimes, but he's smarter than he looks, because he often does that to get my attention, and if I don't give it to him, then he kind of guides me over to the closet where the cat food is, And he looks at it, and he raises his paw and kind of, like, he points at it, points at the door, like, in there, open door, in there, get food, put in dish. He's not as dumb as he seems sometimes. All right, let me warp back to town. Again, I just want to get back to safety. But yeah, for the newcomer, like, hey, if you like, well, I mean, you know, if you want to play, just hop on in. It's nice and warm in here. Otherwise, yeah, we just kind of hang out and play FF11 a lot here. Other things too, but I do like to just hang out and play old school MMO. It's become a bit of a hobby. Oh hey, oh there goes the boat. There it goes. Alright, okay, I'm at safety, so real quick, because this cat is incredibly demanding. Now he's literally right next to me, just looking up at me. So, okay, let me feed the cat real quick, because he will not leave me alone until I do. So, gonna put the old AFK up. So, 1 sec. Yeah, he's, like, next he's just gonna get right next to the microphone and just meow straight into it. So, alright, I will be right back. Give me, like, 2 minutes, okay? BRB. Alright, I'm back. Just decided real quick, a quick bathroom break too, because, well, it's been a while. Help me clear my head. Because, yeah, we've just been going for a while now. Alright. But cat emergency over, that's good. Hopefully, if I keep them appeased, they will not bring in birds and things. Hopefully not. Because I think that's kind of what happened earlier. The one cat came in and she had she was just looking at me, she was meowing, but she stopped, right? She wasn't being really beggy, so I thought, okay, maybe she doesn't actually want food that much. And then she just left. And then she came back a few minutes later with a bird in her mouth. So yeah. So the lesson is, when they demand food, you give them food. Even if they've already eaten, you give them food. Alright, so, well, yeah, I got up to 42 White Mage. I guess, do I have my safety EXP? Close enough. I'd say that, this is, it's close enough. If I have re-raise on, then it's all I need. Well, I feel like it's either that, Sito, or that was a bit of a protest animal, right? Like, oh no, what's wrong? Why no food? And it's like it's some kind of, not protest, but an apology animal, right? That's what I feel. Because, yeah, normally you just give them food even when they've already been fed, but you don't, and it's like, oh no, something's wrong. They need more birds. That was pretty cause and effect on that one. Clear cause and effect. Straight line of action and reaction on that one, I think. Alright, has anything sold? I can always dream, right? I'm really hoping that Scroll of Flood sells. I would enjoy an extra 60k. I would enjoy that very much. Well, more that it's like, well, you know, they didn't get food like normal, so something's up. So they bring bird. And not to eat, just bring bird, plop it down. They know, look, they know because we try to train them, right? And when they do good, we give them food, we give them treats. So it's like, oh look, it did good, right? Where are the treats? Where the food? I think maybe more of that, right? Like, Alright, Oh, look at this. Look at this. See, whenever I see this, it makes me think, oh, maybe I should just suck it up and go Red Mage. Because, yeah, they need a refresh job, specifically. The thing is Red Mage can be a fine main healer for your average party. And they're also a refresh job. I had the thought, right, like, it's kind of a waste to have both a White Mage and also both a White Mage and a Red Mage, or, you know, and a Bard or whatever, right? Like, yeah, Red Mage is just both in one. Got your refresher and your healer. Same party slot. So I do feel like I might have to suck it up and go Red Mage. I don't want to. I really don't. Well, the problem with having a White Mage, Red Mage, and Bard is that, like, man, that doesn't give you a lot of slots for tanking and damage. It doesn't leave a lot open for that. I think the way most parties like to roll in this game, on this server, the way most parties like to roll is like a tank, a healer, or, you know, a healer refresher, and then everyone else is DPS. So like 4 DPS, right? 4 DPS and then 2 other. So I figure for a party like that, they probably want a Red Mage instead of a White Mage. They want the utility. Yeah, probably want the utility and the healer just in one slot. I'd imagine anyway. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't work, because it does. It's just, I think that most parties that I have joined, as any class, most parties, they like the format of a tank, a healer, and then everything else is just more damage. That just seems to be the format most groups enjoy. And, like, if that's a more standard format now, yeah, White Mage doesn't really fit into that, because, yeah, Red mage, you'd get the healer, but you'd also get like the debuffer, the refresher, right? The dispeller. I mean, I guess at higher levels, white mage could dispel. I guess you could get that. Could get that. Though I have wondered about maybe white mage / bard. Like that, you know, from level 50 onwards, hey, that would give you Mage's Ballad 1, right? Which would be beneficial to yourself as well. And you could buff up the melee, could do that. I don't know. People just have very specific ideas about parties sometimes. No, you just need, if two classes can learn a spell, you only need the spell once. Like, once you have the spell, you have the spell. Because a lot of classes actually share spells. Like, Dark Knight and Black Mage, they share a lot of spells. Red Mage shares a lot of spells with those. White Mage and Paladin share spells, and with Red Mage as well. There's a lot of spell sharing going on. But it's like they get it at different levels is the thing. Kind of like Cure 1, right? Or Cure 2. Cure 2, a white mage gets it at 11, but a red mage gets it at 14. So it's usually just a bit of a level gap that separates them. The thing is, and I know that the way it's supposed to work is, oh, the red mage doesn't get that, you know, like the highest end heal. The red mage gets their heals a little slower. And maybe back in the day, the game played in a way where that made, you know, that kind of was more of a thing. But see now, most parties that I'm in, even as a white mage, the most healing I do is I throw out regen, and I occasionally Cure 2, even though I believe I can cast all the way up to Cure 4. But I never really have a need to go higher than 2. I just throw out a bigger cure if I feel spicy, right? So a red mage can heal, like they can main heal just fine. But I think that's more a consequence of just how people play the game now, you know? Alright, well, I thought for sure, I thought for absolute certain that going white mage would be my ticket to a nice quick party, and that we just do a little grind, maybe, you know, get a couple levels of white mage and party up and, you know, all that good stuff. I thought it was a ringer for that, but man, must be an off day for heals. Yeah, that's another problem is, yeah, like if I throw out a Cure 4, I mean, I'm just gonna be tanking now, you know, that's kind of the thing. So even when I have the option to throw out bigger heals or an AoE heal, like Curaga, even if I have the option, I don't because it's just more aggro. So yeah, red mage actually benefits almost from not having access to some of the higher things, or the AoE heals, because they don't have to worry about the extra aggro from that, and what they have works just fine for healing. But I think the problem there, and okay, so this is something I've noticed. So at least here, there's a lot of very large spells that can be, or not spells, but abilities. Well, both, right? What I remember way back in the day, in the early days of the game, maybe it was just a gear thing, maybe we were bad, whatever. Maybe the game was just different, but what I remember is things like Pugils in the Dunes. I remember them doing their screwdriver attack and nearly one-shotting a tank from full health. You know, I remember enemies with certain attacks. Like, I remember goblins, like goblins that were within EXP range, even if they weren't way higher. I remember them just taking the party out with a bomb toss. Like, I remember certain special attacks just doing insane massive damage, and you kind of needed those big heals to keep the tank alive. Like, you needed a fast, responsive big heal. but I don't really notice that anymore. Like, I don't notice that many huge special attacks that go out frequently. So I feel like overall healing is just easier to, it's easier to keep under control, which makes Red Mage more ideal as a healer. But that could just be me. Oh, I didn't know there's a hate cap on Cure 5. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like back in the day, damage was way more common. Like, it was thrown out much more commonly. And, again, it could have just been that we all played bad, I don't know. But back in the day, it felt like you really needed the biggest heals possible. And nowadays, it's like, slap a regen on there, call it a day. So okay, real quick, let's talk gobos, because yeah, I was in a party not that long ago as a black mage where I died like 4 times because they wanted to fight goblins in Altepa, and the goblins, like, I got, like, I think I was like synced to 41. I got hit with a bomb toss for like 600 damage. Also, hold up, phone call, quick BRB. Oh, I'm back. Just the wife calling to ask if I needed anything from the nearby supermarket. She's on the way back, so we're about done here. Just winding down now. But But yeah, I don't really I feel like something happened more recently that goblins do more damage. Like, specifically, because I've killed goblins before. All right, like I have killed gobos. All right, I've done high level goblins. I've done, like, as a beastmaster in beastmaster burn parties, I've done goblins, right? And they've bomb tossed the whole party, and it didn't do, like level 75 goblins didn't hit that hard. And it's not like Beastmasters, like, I wear gear that makes me weaker, right? Like, it makes me more vulnerable, so it's not like I had, like, high defense or resistance or anything. But yeah, no, like, as a black mage at level 41, I got hit for like 622 damage, and I had Barfira on. Like, I had that plus 50, right? So I feel like something has changed. But other than that anomaly, for the most part, I just feel like there's not as many big damage special attacks as there used to be back in the day. Things like things like Screwdriver don't just annihilate the tank anymore. But I don't really know if that is a thing that's been mechanically changed or not, or if it's just a gear thing. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, like everybody else only took about 100, and I took like 622. And I don't understand, right? Like, I don't understand why. That's the thing. Like, I'm not a, like, I don't, the thing is, when I play as a black mage, I'm black mage / ninja, I'm not wearing any gear that lowers my health. Like, my health is, if anything, I have higher health than the average caster, right? I have decent gear, decent defense. My int and mind are both good. My vitality is even good. Like, I shouldn't take that much damage. That was that was bugged. Like, I felt robbed with that. But yeah, oh man. Yeah, no minus fire gear either. I had bar fire on. I had like plus 50 resistance to fire. Let me just switch it. Yeah, real quick. Let me just switch over to Black Mage Ninja. And, I mean, like, let me see, because I think this will just be what I wear normally. And hell, I want to play Black Mage again. So let me just get the look on. I'm switching back to Black Mage. White Mage isn't doing me any favors. So okay, like, yeah, this is more or less the stats I would have had. So yeah, I have nothing lowering any of my resistances. I don't have lowered vitality, right? Like, you know, I should be good, right? Like, now I was playing at a slightly lower level, but not that much lower, right? Not that much. Oh, also, I just see a post truck. Yeah, another one. Be right back. Ugh. Oh, okay. That would be the coffee syrups. We have the nice espresso machine. We like to make fancy coffees since it's cheap and easy now. And we got some more coffee syrups to go with that. So, like, you know, vanilla, salted caramel, gingerbread syrup, right? Like all the good stuff to make some fun coffees with foamed milk and everything. So yeah, anyway, it's a day of distraction and interruption. But yeah, like, if you look at my gear, like, yeah, there is nothing here that should make me more vulnerable to fire than anyone else, right? And there was another mage in the party, and he didn't get, like, it was a Taru, and he didn't get hit that hard. Like, he got hit for 100 like everybody else. So, yeah, like, okay, look, I don't normally, you know, I don't normally cry hacks, right? But I feel like what happened, what was happening with those goblins, something felt wrong, okay? I know I want enemies to hit hard, but something was going on there. Something weird was going on there. Yeah, like having this much int, like my int and mind are good, right? Like having that much should make me more resistant, right? But the main thing is I have nothing lowering any of my defensive stats or my resistances. And I had Barfira on. And, you know, I'm a human. I have, like, and my sub job is a physical sub job. Like, you know, I'm getting a little more health than I would have if I went mage/mage, you know? So nothing about this I should not be getting hit so hard. I think I don't know, shadows don't really help against it, but, like, if it was worth anything, I even had Utsasemi on too. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I feel the matter needs investigation. I do feel like a bomb toss is probably it's probably like physical special attack damage. So my int might not actually help me. I think int only helps if it's spell damage, right? And bomb toss, I think that's physical. But the Barfira should have helped, right? And just, you know, that generally having defense should help, right? I don't know. So, yeah, I want enemies to hit hard, I want healing to be in demand, but let me just say this, there is no healing to be had when you get slammed for like 622 damage. That's enough to kill even the physical classes. Like the melee could have been one-shotted with that. So yeah, I'm still a little salty about that one. All right, a little salty about those deaths. Now, to be fair, okay, I died multiple times, but that was just because, okay, after the initial thing, I thought maybe that was a fluke. I got a little greedy by, I have enough MP even when I'm suffering from the res sickness. I have enough MP that I can still throw out a couple spells, I can still magic burst. So, you know, I was just throwing in a magic burst when a skill chain would go off. I was getting greedy, right? And I didn't think that, you know, even if I got aggro, it's just like, oh, I still have enough health and everything. I have Utsasemi, right? So, oh, it'll just come over to me, whack me a few times, and it'll be fine. Aggro will go back to the tank, right? No, I got aggro, and the moment I got aggro, bomb toss, straight up my ass. So, like, literally, every time I got aggro, bomb toss. Every time. So that's how I died like 4 times. So partially my fault, but also I think there was some weird behavior and weird numbers going on there. It was still fun, and once we kind of collectively decided, because like I wasn't the only one suffering from the bombs. Like a couple other people died too. We just collectively decided we'd had enough of that, and we went and did beetles. And from there on out, it was a good party. I gained 2 levels, fun all around. Normal party otherwise. Alright, well, let's see. I'm switched back to ye old black mage. I'm still not sure what I want to level up. Well, I don't know. I guess I want to level up black mage. That's what I want to level up. I mean, if you apply Utsasemi before like I applied it before combat even started, that shouldn't give me any aggro, right? It's just on. Like, I wouldn't think that would be a problem if I did it pre-combat. Because that's how I play, right? Like, I know I'm gonna get aggro sometimes, so I just sort of preemptively Utsasemi. I just have it on between combat, right? Because I know what's coming, right? I know. I'm a black mage. I get it. I don't know, every now and then I kind of feel like something weird goes on and it's just, that ain't right, but you can never be quite sure. Needs further investigation. There was a time where I would just kind of farm the goblins. As a beastmaster, I'd just solo farm the goblins around the outpost in Altepa. That's not really a great metric though, because, you know, you're farming them as easy prey, so they're never going to deal that much damage to you. But I do wonder if I went back and did it again, if they do unusually high damage to me for their level. I wonder. Again, needs further investigation. Alright, so just checking some things since, yeah, the wife's a-comin'. She's a-comin'. With goodies, too. So, I have things to sell. Yeah, I wasn't really farming or anything, but I have loot, right? It's taking up slots in my inventory. And I still got these spells up for sale. I don't know if Flood has gone down in price. No, it hasn't. If anything, I'm undercutting quite a bit, but I want it to sell, right? I think Water 3, I think the price on that one went down. Yeah, the price on that that's maybe going down now, but we'll see. And I got some mithril ore still. That's gone. Yeah, it's gone under 1,000 now. Alright, well, what I got to sell here? Oh, I didn't get a full stack of cone calamaris, but I don't know. If I don't have a full stack, I don't really want to sell it. So the giant squids. Ooh, nice. Hey, look, the price is just ever so slowly creeping back up. All right, there we go. I'll just go a little under, right? A little bit, just a little. But that's not a bad price per individual squid, you know? Like, it's for one fishing attempt to get 3,000 gil, that's not bad at all. The only thing is, I think that in order to catch it a little more reliably, I think you need to use live bait for that. I think the lure isn't the best thing to use on that one. The thing is, I try to undercut in such a way where it's like most people are just, they're not gonna, like, they might guess a few times, but they're just, you know, unless they go for like right under the price, right? And if they do, that's not so bad. But they're generally not gonna hit my number. They're probably just gonna go for the listed price. So I try to undercut in that sort of way. And that's usually how it goes down. Usually people buy things I put up for the listed price or very close to it. It also depends on how much of the thing I'm selling. Like if it's an item that I know I'm gonna be farming or fishing a lot of, and I know I'm gonna be flooding the market with it, I try to put it up in limited quantities and not undercut hard, right? Because I don't want to crash the market on that. But if I literally just have 1 to 3 items, you know, just a few items that I just got, not just kind of coincidentally, then I tend to put them up for whatever, right? I just want them sold, I want them out of my inventory, and I want some kind of return on it. It depends, like, yeah, it depends what I'm putting up. Okay. Yeah, so I guess giant squids, I don't know if there's any additional factors, but yeah, giant squids just have a bad catch rate. Also, ooh, Scroll of Tractor has gone up a bit. 7,000 is what I would expect. Like 7,000 is the average price, but it seems like it can go up to 10k. Like if you can even get 7,000 is the normal price. That's good. I don't know, let's see if we can push it over 8,000, I guess. So, a little over 8,000. 7,000 is what I expected. Alright, and then I have these silver rings. I don't do anything with those, and I just got them coincidentally. So I'm just selling them. That's my logic, right? It's also just, if you're not selling a huge quantity, right? Like, if you're not selling a massive sum of an item, chances are you're not gonna break the market, right? Like, if everyone's selling at, I don't know, 10k, and you pop in and sell 1 or 2 items at, like, 9,970, that's probably not gonna change anything. Because the demand is probably high enough that it'll just immediately go back up. But it's when you want to flood the market, that's when you have to be careful about how much you're undercutting. Yeah, it just depends, you know, like, yeah, see, I'm selling 1 lumen cloth, right? 1. I'm not farming it, I'm never going for it again. Maybe I'll need it at some point if I go up cloth crafting, but yeah, like, I don't care, so, you know, I'll put 1 item up, and it might, you know, it might lower the price very momentarily, but it will, like, 1 isn't going to affect much. It's if I wanted to sell a stack of it, and then another stack, and then, yeah, that's when the undercutting would really break the market. And I've run into that problem before, when I really wanted cash now, and I was being impatient. So yeah, like, 1 item? Fine. Because, you know, people can even try to do that, where they try to force the price down, like, oh, I'll put something up for sale, and I'll put it real cheap, and then people will buy it, and then that'll be the new price, and then I can buy that item that I need real cheap. And then I'll push it back up. Like, some people try to play that game. But yeah, unless you're going to literally buy out the market and then flood it again, and, like, unless you're going to Like, unless you're gonna actively manipulate the price and really stick on it. No, the market has a really good way of kind of straightening itself out to small fluctuations. But yeah, I know some people, like, I've seen it. Some people will buy everything out and then they'll relist it to try to manipulate the price either higher or lower. Either way. It's sly. It's a little, you know, it's a little iffy, but it's a thing people do. It's mainly just, I think some people are under the impression that, like, one guy selling one item at a lower price is gonna just destroy the market, and no, if there's proper demand, like, then someone goes to buy again and they see, oh no, it's you know, that's not the price, and then it just goes back to normal. It's when a lot of people are undercutting for a lot frequently, that's when the price starts shooting down. But I wouldn't blame, like, a stray item going for less. That's not really what does it. And also just literal market manipulation. Like, some people just have the gil to buy everything out and just make the price whatever they want. Alright, so the rest of these items, I don't... Yeah, not gonna do anything with them. Just gonna sell them. Just sell them. Also, storing some things in my Mog house. I'm not gonna use myth kebabs as a mage. Though, you know what? I do wonder how great would it be to build for, like, to build more for interruption and defense, and just while I'm soloing, to use a scythe as a black mage and kind of play it more like a Dark Knight, really. I feel like that could honestly be fun. Like, that might just be a fun thing to do. I don't know. I'd still probably slash Beastmaster it, just because, you know, having a pet and that extra damage is good, but it would kind of make it play more like a Dark Knight than a Black Mage, but I feel like that'd just be fun. Yeah, the good thing is I already have Scythe leveled up because of, you know, I use it almost all the time as a Beastmaster, so it's just already leveled. And there are scythes that I can use right now, so I can just do it. I just feel like, you know, because the skill is worse for Black Mages than it is for Beastmaster, so I'm worried that you just wouldn't be able to hit anything, but I don't know, it just seems like it'd be a fun little alternative thing to do. I always like to look for fun little alternatives just to spice up my game, you know? Or, hell, there's swords. There are swords that you can use as a Black Mage. Like, only a few, but there's ones you can use. And I wonder how it would be to maybe go Black Mage Ninja and just dual-wield swords while soloing. Again, interrupt gear and play it more like a magic melee, more like a red mage, I guess. And I often wonder how well that would work, you know? Oh yeah, Black Mage is capable of using daggers, this is true. I was trying to think what daggers would be good, like, I mean, obviously you want damage, but, like, I don't know, a status effect dagger? Like, I don't know. Okay. I guess that would be the problem then, because you don't, like, so, like, okay, as a Black Mage, you don't have any sword skills, so I guess you just wouldn't really hit anything with that. I guess that would be the problem. Also, let me see, what are my options? I swear there's at least one that I can use. Yeah, this one, the Mandibular Sickle. I think that's the lowest scythe I can use. It's not a bad one. Looks like the most recent prices are around 50k. Honestly, that's not bad. That's about how much I paid for, like, the Demon Slicer or my, my level 71 scythe that I use as a Beastmaster. Around 50k is about how much I pay for a scythe on average. honestly, that's not bad compared to what it could be. Like, like every other scythe I've bought was around that much. So yeah, that's not... Price-wise, 50k. 50k is a good amount, but I look at it like this. 50k. I could make that in an evening of fishing. You know, like, if you go fishing for a little bit, you could make 50k easily. You go clamming, you could make 50k. If I go to Biadieu and get lucky, I could make well more than that. If I just go to the newbie zone and farm hare meat, right, going for 6k a stack, it wouldn't take me too long to get that either, right? Like, really, 50k is not that bad. It's really not for an individual purchase. I mean, I haven't really checked on the low-level scythes for just any class, right? Because I only got into scythes a little later as a Beastmaster. Like, what are the lower-end scythes? Like, okay, level 1 bronze scythe. Well, okay, yeah, that's only 500 gil, right? But I think, like, that is the lowest level one, and that's the +1 version. Like, okay, like a level 10 scythe that Warrior, Dark Knight, and Beastmaster can use. 2005, okay, so the lower level ones are more normal, but I guess when you get into, like, this scythe is level 46, and that scythe will probably last you for a very long time. So, the thing is, when you get into the higher levels, like 50k for a weapon is really not that bad. It's really not. I mean, as a Beastmaster, I kind of cheaped out on my weapons and everything, but, I mean, you can easily go, like, 10 times that price for weapons. And that's still in the cheap range, honestly. Yeah. But, yeah, maybe you could farm mats for it, I don't know. It's just, to me, like, 50k in the grand scheme is not that bad. It's really not. And when you're done with it, you can sell it. Like, that's another thing. When you're done with it, if you find a higher level scythe, you can sell it and get your 50k back. Now, I kept my old scythe, right? I still have my good old Demon Slicer. It's resting nice and snug in my inventory. Because that's a good scythe, alright? Very good scythe, but not one that a black mage could use. I'd say the main issue is just finding a scythe that is good or stands out in any way as a black mage. That'd probably be the bigger issue. Might be some that you can only get through, you know, non-trade things, right? There might be some more scythes, but I don't know. But I don't know. I just feel like it might be fun to every now and then kind of go Black Mage Ninja and just dual wield some kind of weapon, or use a scythe, and then I just slash Beastmaster, but just, yeah, mix it up. I am curious though, when it comes to daggers, I mean, what are my choices? And also, we're kind of just cooling our heels now because, you know, the wife is on the way home. Stream will end then, or a little before even. So, yeah, just kind of doing what I can. Can't really get in a party right now. Probably, I'm hungry, so I'll probably do dinner when she gets back. I could go for food. But I can check the auction. And I never really, like, I've played Thief, right? I've played Thief to 37 at least. I never really got any use out of these status effect daggers, you know, like the daggers that blind or silence or whatever. I never really got much play out of those, and I never found that they procced all that often either. But I was thinking if maybe that would be, yeah, like if that would be something that you'd want to use just as a solo black mage. Ooh, nice, nice. Pilgrim Wand. I need to collect some more exotic mage weapons, like proper ones, right? I know when you hit 51 it's all staff, right? But I mean there's lots of really interesting clubs. And there's non-elemental staffs that they have interesting effects. But yeah, I'm not really sure what would be the go-to for a dagger as a black mage. I'd guess maybe one that boosts my accuracy, since that'll probably be an issue, right? Or, hold up. I mean, the thing is, you don't really need this when you're solo, right? When you're solo, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, the ceremonial dagger gives plus 10 MP. That's one of those things I feel like it... In a party, I'd love to have, say, plus 10 or plus 20 if I dual-wielded MP. But, you know, in a party, I would be using a wand because it gives me intelligence, and I need that for my spells to land. Ooh, the the miser, or misericordia? God, I can't pronounce. But I don't know, I've always wondered on these just status daggers and the defense down, it just feels like the proc rate isn't quite enough to make it really connect. Ah, here we go. Well, this is the +1 version, but ooh, that's a 71 dagger. MP, Dexterity, Vitality, and Mind. Mind? That's an interesting one. Huh. I feel like, you know, if it was int instead of mind, that would be just right, but, yeah, like I'm looking at the classes that can even use it, and mind doesn't really factor into any of them. Ah, yeah, the old corrosive. So in general, I feel like the daggers, the status daggers, I feel like they would get a lot more play if the effect procced more. Like, it doesn't have to proc all the time, but if the effect, if it at least reliably procced once per fight, right? That would be just right. Because as it stands now, they're just not... Yeah, they are so infrequent, you can't rely on the proc, and I think as far as damage goes, they tend to be a little weaker because they have status effects. But if the status effects don't land, then it's just a really weak dagger, right? Unfortunately, but I don't know. Things like that, and just generally weapons that are slightly weaker but have additional effect. I feel like the additional effect has to proc more in order for it to be worth it. Otherwise, it's just a weak weapon. Oh yeah, I wonder these spark weapons. So you have to have batteries for those. I don't think I've ever even seen batteries. I don't think I've seen a battery in this game. But yeah, you gotta put batteries in your dagger. I don't know. Also, are there any... Like, okay, there's the Morian Tathlum. Are there any other ranged weapons that a black mage can use? I mean, why would you, but... You know, curious. No, there's no other ranged weapons I can use. Is there any other ammo I can use? Now, there's the regular Tathlum, so... I mean, honestly, the damage on that ain't bad, right? Like, it's 24 damage, 276 delay, like, that's actually not really terrible. But I feel like it's rare, right? Or at least, yeah, it's not an item you can just commonly get. Ooh, the Phantom Tathlum. Spirit Lantern, Hedgehog... haven't heard of those. It's ones I have not heard of in here. Here it is, the Phantom Tathlum. Oh, nice. It's just kind of a higher level version of the Morion Tathlum. So it gives +2 int and 10 MP. Very nice, actually. And not too bad. Yeah, 40k for an item that's just, yeah, it's just a little extra int and MP. Like, that, not bad at all. I'll keep an eye out for that one. And then the hedgehog thing. I guess if that's one I can buy, I don't see it. Ah, okay, from a mineshaft BCNM where you fight yourself. Ooh, I need to look into that one. That honestly just sounds like fun. That sounds like a fun time. What I could do though, I guess since I can't see it, what I can do is I can just look that up real quick because I'm curious what the item is exactly. So FF11 Spirit Lantern. Can I find it? Can I find it? So okay, it's so it's an item that has a limited number of charges, but it enhances elemental magic. Magic attack bonus +10 for 3 minutes. It's a little bit situational then. Little situational, but for what it is, pretty nice. Wouldn't be too bad to have. And then the hedgehog, or the hedgehog bomb. Ooh, okay, yeah, so that, alright, that one is +30 MP, which is nice, and enmity -1. The main thing that I'd want is the enmity -1. Like, that would be good for a black mage, that would be good for a white mage, because, you know, throwing out big heals, like, that would be good for any spellcaster that also does not want to generate too much aggro. That would be pretty good, actually. Okay. Yeah, the 30 MP at level 70 isn't all that great. Like, you know, 30 MP at 70 is sort of a drop in the bucket. It's still helpful, but it's a drop in the bucket. Main thing I'd say is the enmity -1. I mean, that's the same reason why I kept the one pumpkin head thing, right? I kept the -1 enmity pumpkin helmet. Like, all the other ones are really situational, or they're things I don't want, and it wouldn't be useful. But the -1 enmity, like, hey, every now and then that might be, yeah, you might want to generate less aggro. Mainly, it's just nice to have options, you know? Like, mainly. And I guess if you're playing a class like White Mage and you're not subbing Black or Red Mage, something like the Morion Tathlum or Phantom Tathlum, that wouldn't really be the most use to you, you know? Like, it's 2 int and 10 MP. Like, that doesn't really do a whole lot for a White Mage, but yeah, 30 MP and then lower enmity, that would be nice for a White Mage. Mainly, it's just that there aren't a lot of options when it comes to what you can even put in those range slots. Alright, oh, the wife is a-comin'. She's home, and I'm hungry. I'm real hungry. So, I guess I'll be making dinner then. Alright, well, gonna park here. I may play later, I might try to get in a party as a black mage. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'll probably be on later. So, till then, I'm gonna get out of here, alright? See you guys next time, although we'll probably be playing something else. Probably just taking a peek at another thing. So, till then, have a good one. Later.